name is Joe Rosenbaum, and I'd like to introduce you, or welcome you, sorry, to the July
This meeting is being
25th,
recorded.
2024 Board of Accountancy meeting. The CBA has provided the opportunity for public participation via the WebEx platform. When we take public comments, we'll begin by taking public comments from those individuals attending the meeting in the Sacramento location. I'll then ask the moderator to open up the lines for public comment for those attending via WebEx. You will be allotted up to 5 minutes for public comment. So now to establish a quorum, can I turn this over to Ms. Reed?
Doug Aguilera, Patricia Batchelor,
Here.
Nancy Dong,
Present.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines, Dan Jacobson,
Here.
Christian Lotta,
Present.
Tony Lynn,
Here.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Here.
Katrina Salazar,
Present.
Teresa Thompson,
Here.
and Yin Tu.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great, thank you all. Let me read this into the record. It's the mission statement of the California Board of Accountancy. The CBA's mission is to protect consumers by ensuring only qualified licensees practice public accountancy in accordance with established professional standards. This mission is derived from the statutory requirement that protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the California Board of Accountancy in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. So with that, we'll move directly into our first agenda item, and that is for public comments for items not on the agenda. Do we have any public comments for those individuals attending here in Sacramento? Seeing none, moderator, could you please open the lines to see if there is any public comment for items not on the agenda from those attending via WebEx?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment for items not on the agenda, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. And audio-only
Okay, the agenda is
participants,
set.
and audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much. Okay, the next item on the agenda is item number 2, the President's Report, and 2A is a resolution for retiring Enforcement Advisory Committee member Miraz Nazi Razian, CPA. Whereas Miraz Nazi Razian, CPA, has faithfully served as a member of the California Board of Accountancy Enforcement Advisory Committee from July 26, 2018 through July 31, 2024, and whereas she previously served as chair, vice chair, and member of the California Board of Accountancy Qualifications Committee, and whereas during her term of service and at all times, she fully gave of herself and her ideas and acted forthrightly and conscientiously, always with public interest and welfare in mind. And whereas she has discharged these important responsibilities in a manner reflecting great credit upon herself and the accounting profession, and whereas her colleagues wish to express to her their high esteem and regard. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the California Board of Accountancy express heartfelt appreciation to Miraz Nazi Razian, CPA, for the outstanding contribution she made during her term of service on the Enforcement Advisory Committee and to the consumers of California. Can I get a motion to accept this resolution? Moved. Thank you. Second? Ms. Tu?
I will second it.
Thank you. Ms. Reed, can we call for the vote? Oh, do we have any public comment regarding the resolution from any of those individuals attending here in Sacramento? Seeing none, moderator, can you open up the lines to see if we have any comments from WebEx?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, I would. Thank you. Okay, now, Ms. Reed, can we take a vote?
Doug Aguilera, Patricia Batchelor,
Yes.
Nancy Dong,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Christian Lotta,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Teresa Thompson,
Yes.
and Yin Tu.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, thank you. Moving right along, now we're on agenda item B, 2B, update on the California Board of Accountancy Sunset Review. Ms. Pierce.
Thank you. Assembly Bill 3251 is continuing through the legislative process. The bill was amended on June 25th to include the revised peer review oversight language that was discussed at the May board meeting. This is the final CBA requested item to include in the legislation. The bill passed out of the Assembly and was heard and passed out of the Senate Business and Professions Committee on July 1. I want to extend my appreciation to Jason Fox and Cal CPA for their support letter and their testimony at the hearing. The bill is currently in the Senate Appropriations Committee, where it will be heard on August 5th. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any questions or comments from any of the board members? Seeing none, do we have any public comment from those individuals in Sacramento? Seeing none, moderator, could you please open the lines to see if we have any public comment?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, please. Thank you. Okay, our next item is item number C, 2C, Department of Consumer Affairs Director's Report on Departmental Activities. And we have Yvonne Durantes, Assistant Deputy Director, Board and Bureau Relations of the Department of Consumer Affairs. Welcome.
Hi there, good morning. Are you able to hear me all right? Great. Well, hi everyone. My name is Yvonne Durantes. I am the Assistant Deputy Director over Board and Bureau Relations, and I'm so happy to see a lot of faces to a lot of the names that I work with often. Rebecca, I feel like I work with you almost on a daily basis, and I had never seen your face before. So happy to be here today. So thank you for having me. I have a couple updates, and at the end, I'm happy to take any questions or repeat any portions of it. I'm going to go ahead and jump right into it. So starting off, we do have a update on Governor's Appointments Office. Miriam Valdez Singh, who was the Deputy Appointment Secretary at the Governor's Office, was recently appointed by Governor Newsom as Deputy Commissioner of Legislation at the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation. And so Mary worked very closely with both the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency, as well as DCA boards and bureaus on appointing and reappointing board and advisory committee members. Her last day with the appointments unit was July 5th. And during this transition, please continue to work with us, Board and Bureau Relations, on any of your appointment needs or reappointment needs. And we do already miss working with Mary, but we wish her well on her new role. Moving on to a new board member training that is required by August 30th. SB 553 is a new law that became effective in January, and SB 553 amended the California Labor Code to require California employers to develop and implement a workplace violence prevention plan and train all employees by July 1st. As a result of this new law, DCA updated its current workplace violence prevention policy to include all requirements of SB 553. DCA also developed an annual workplace violence prevention training that is located on DCA's learning management system. The training is mandatory for all DCA employees, including board members, and this training is to be completed by August 30th. And so a lot of you should have received the email that went out a couple weeks ago from Board and Bureau Relations. And it is through the LMS system that I mentioned. And if you do have any issues with your login or password, I'm happy to assist with that. If you're not sure if you already took the training, which I have a couple members that reach out, did I take this training already? I'm happy to check that as well. I can check the transcript and I can send you your completed certificate if you need it as well. All right, so moving on to the 2024-2025 state budget. At the end of last month, the California legislature approved a new state budget that reduces spending to address the state's budget deficit. Effective July 1st, the new budget addresses the state's deficit through a mix of broad-based solutions, including an 8% budget cut and permanent reduction of vacant positions for all departments. DCA will share further information and guidance as it is received by the Department of Finance. In the meantime, DCA boards and bureaus must continue to scrutinize expenditures and maximize cost savings, only authorizing expenditures that are mission critical and essential to operations and public services. Moving on to expedited licensure application processing for service members enrolled in SkillBridge. Beginning July 1st, boards and bureaus under DCA must expedite licensure application processing for service members currently enrolled in the U.S. Department of Defense SkillBridge program. The SkillBridge program is an opportunity for active duty service members to gain valuable civilian work experience during their last 180 days of service. And this program connects service members with private and public sector organizations that offer internships and opportunities for transitioning these service members to build their resume, explore employment interests, and develop skills while they're adjusting back to the workplace. And so DCA is committed to supporting the military community, and this is an additional resource available to service members. So if you would like more information on that, would like to explore the resources, there is a dedicated military page for that, and that is dca.ca.gov/military. Moving on to our board leadership and director quarterly meeting update. On June 11th, DCA met with board presidents, vice presidents, and committee chairs, as well as executive officers and bureau chiefs at their quarterly leadership meeting. Agency Secretary Moss shared opening remarks and her priorities for the agency, as well as for DCA. And discussion topics included updates on the state budget, information security initiatives, diversity, equity, and inclusion activities, as well as a presentation from the Office of Data Innovation on California's new plain language standard. So DCA also released its inclusive hiring principles, which were developed by the department's DEI steering committee to provide a DEI perspective and tips for recruiting, screening, and selecting diverse and qualified candidates. And lastly, DEI update. DCA's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Steering Committee will be meeting tomorrow. And this meeting will include discussions on expanding language access and workforce development. And so if you do have any ideas or any questions in regards to the efforts that are being conducted by the steering committee, please feel free to reach out to either me or your executive officer. And as a reminder as well, on LMS, we do have various different DEI trainings that are available to you. Those are not required, but they are highly encouraged. So at this point, I thank you again for having me and allowing me to provide you these updates, and happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you very much for that. And yeah, welcome and glad you get sorry about that. Do we have any questions or comments from anyone on the board? No? Well, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the public here in Sacramento? Moderator, can you see if we have any public comment from those attending on WebEx?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and seeing no request for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. Okay, well, thank you very, very much, Mr. Antes, and we look forward to seeing you again sometime. Okay, next item that's on the agenda is item number 2D. And I think it's noted on everyone's agenda that this has been moved and will be taken up at 1:30 today. So we'll move on to item number 3, which is the report of the Vice President. Vice President 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this item is a recommended to recommend the reappointment of Kathy Johnson, CPA, and the appointment of Robert Ruel, CPA, to the Enforcement Advisory Committee. The Enforcement Advisory Committee assists the CPA in advisory capacity and enforcement activities. This includes reviewing closed investigation files, provide technical guidance to open investigations, and participating in investigative. I am having tongue-tied this investigative hearings. Thank you, Joe. I have conferred with the CPA executive officer to verify that the individual have met the appropriate requirements for a license renewal and have demonstrated the skills and knowledge to serve as a member of the Enforcement Advisory Committee. I would like to make a motion to reappoint Kathy Johnson, CPA, and appoint Robert Rao, CPA, to the Enforcement Advisory Committee through July 31st, 2026. At this point, I would like to get a second from, turn it to you, Mr. President, for a second.
Do we have a second? Thank you,
Like-
Ms.
I would like to second the motion.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any comment or any comment, first of all, from any members of the board? Do we have any comment from any of the public in Sacramento? Moderator, can you please open the lines and see if we have any public comment for those participating via WebEx?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the
Contagious.
Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and seeing no request for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Reed, can we take a vote?
Yin Tu,
Yes.
Teresa Thompson,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Christian Lada,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines. Yes. Nancy Dong,
Yes.
Patricia Batchelor,
Yes.
and Doug Aguilera,
Yes.
and the motion carries.
Great, thank you. Do we have any other recommendations, Ms. Tu?
No, that was the only one.
Okay, that will conclude item number 3 on the agenda. So let's move on to item number 4, report of the Secretary Treasurer, Ms. Lotta.
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. Provided for your review is the Secretary Treasurer report containing an update on the California Board of Accountancy's budget. This report is abbreviated as we are waiting for final year-end numbers to be prepared, and we anticipate sharing those at a future CBA meeting. The governor signed the budget on June 26, 2024, and the CBA's budget authority for fiscal year 2024-25 was finalized at $19,855,000, representing a 0.6% increase over the previous year's budget. To the continued budget deficit, the governor has ordered funding reductions and position eliminations, which impacts all state agencies. The CBA is currently waiting for the Department of Consumer Affairs to issue additional information on the implementation of these reductions and how this will impact the CBA. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer and have staff available to answer any questions members may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Do we have any questions or comments from any of the members of the board? Do we have any public comment from anyone here in Sacramento? Moderator, can you please see if the anyone attending via WebEx have any public comment?
This is a moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. Okay, let's move on to item number 5 on the agenda, and that's the report of the executive officer, Mr. Frenzella.
Thank you. I'm going to give the report of the administration division. So the CBA staff have fully transitioned from landline phones to Microsoft Teams calling, and we've had new phone numbers have been assigned to all staff, and all our old desktop phones have been removed. I'm also pleased to report that the ability for accountancy firms to complete their license renewals online through CBA Connect successfully deployed on the evening of Wednesday, July 17th. And last, I would close my presentation with an update on the CBA's office lease renewal. Staff have been assessing the office and layout to identify any necessary tenant improvements, which will be incorporated into the new lease terms. And then once the lease has been signed and executed, we can begin moving forward with the projects to enhance the office layout. And that concludes my presentation, and I'll turn it back to President Rosenbaum.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have any questions, comments from any of the board members? Yes, Ms. Salazar.
Thank you for that information. In terms of the transition on the phone lines to Microsoft Teams, is that expected to help alleviate some of the concerns that were voiced on our last survey with responsiveness to phone calls into the CBA? And if it's possible to answer that, if not, it would be appreciated at sort of a future update.
That's maybe a part of it. I would say the bigger part of it is we had transitioned calls to the Department of Consumer Affairs Consumer Information Center, which is their call center, and they assist a lot of boards with handling or triaging phone calls. So we had been using them for several years during COVID. And I think that some of the responses on the customer satisfaction survey were regarding that creates an additional step really to kind of get assistance. We've transitioned those calls back to the Board of Accountancy, so we're no longer using the Consumer Information Center services. So now when calls come to the licensing division or the board, they're being handled directly by staff. So I think that will actually address those not so positive comments for communications.
And then just a follow up, is there a particular page on our web page that our licensees should go to, or candidates or applicants should look at to find the appropriate phone numbers now? I don't know if that information has changed.
The information hasn't changed. What we did, there is a contact us page and it has a listing of all the units. And the way it was set up previously was they would still call that phone number. We had that number forwarded to CIC. So now we just don't have that forward in place. So they're actually, getting the CBA staff first instead of the CIC staff first.
Thank you so much. That's very exciting to hear.
Yep. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments from the board? Mr. Franzella?
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. For members, I just wanted to circle back really quick on the business modernization update that Ms. Pierce provided. And I really want to take an opportunity to recognize Suzanne Gracia, who is here with us today, sitting behind that pillar, trying not to show her face. She has been beyond instrumental in the BizMod project, especially the Connect and the renewals and everything that you're now seeing kind of come to fruition on that project and increasing our presence online and modernizing our processes. And I'd also like to take this opportunity, and I'm not trying to steal Ms. Center's thunder, but I wanted to congratulate Ms. Gracia on her recent promotion to a newly established position here at the board as the Deputy Chief of Licensing. So if you wouldn't mind joining me in congratulating.
Well, that's very nice. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Franzella. Ms. Lotto?
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. Just to echo Mr. Francella, I just wanted to extend thanks to staff in regards to the business modernization project, just to see the consistent progress and the pace at which we've been improving and modernizing things is really encouraging. And I feel that it's very rewarding to be on a board where staff is progressive and is always looking to improve things. So great thanks to staff on the business modernization project as well.
Very well said. Before we take public comment on this item, let's go ahead. Ms. Pierce, you're going to continue with the communications and outreach report, which is item 5B.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Let's see. I won't say who I am because you already know that. So I'd like to start by highlighting the success of our Your CPA Roadmap virtual event that was held on the WebEx platform last month. Over 125 attendees joined us from throughout the state and even a few from out of state for a variety of presentations and an engaging panel discussion. The accounting profession was discussed, highlighting the variety of exciting job opportunities available. Other topics included the role of the CBA, the value of the CPA license, and the requirements for examination and licensure. The event concluded with staff answering many questions asked by the attendees, and the event was recorded and is now available for viewing on the CBA website. I'd like to extend our sincere thanks and appreciation to President Rosenbaum, Secretary Treasurer Lotta, Member Teresa Thompson, and Enforcement Advisory Committee Member Jason Russell for their participation in the event and for doing a great job telling their CPA story. And we had some technical glitches with President Rosenbaum and Mr. Russell. So appreciate your patience. We're still trying to figure out what went awry, but we appreciate you hanging in there and participating. It was such a valuable event, so thank you.
If I just might add, yes, I was able to attend via my voice only. My image wasn't there, but thankfully we had Ms. Lotta and Ms. Thompson that were able to showcase the board of CBA.
Thank you. Our next outreach events are planned for September. We will be speaking to the students of California State University, San Marcos, in conjunction with the next CBA meeting, which will be held on campus. It's the first time the CBA has invited or visited the San Diego area in many years. There's also going to be a meet and mingle session with CBA members, which some of you participated in during our visit to Cal Poly Pomona last year. So we hope you can all join us for that session, and we will be providing more details in the weeks to come. While in the area, the CBA is also bringing presentations and networking opportunities to students at the University of California, San Diego Extended Studies the day before the CBA meeting, so we're looking forward to meeting both groups in September. A carefully crafted communications campaign to alert stakeholders on the professional ethics or PETH exam requirement change was recently completed. All content, including the fun animated video you may remember from the May meeting, was updated when the July 1 effective date became known. The video was also translated to Spanish and is available for viewing on the CBA's YouTube channel and will soon be posted on the CBA website and social platforms to ensure an even greater audience can digest this information in the language they prefer. We would like to extend our appreciation to Mariana Karine and Cesar Victoria from the Department of Consumer Affairs and the CBA's very own Rosie Guzman, who contributed their voices to this project. The media campaign for our This is the CBA video series created by an outside agency has just wrapped up. The campaign ran from May 21st until this past Monday, July 22nd. The 5-video series showcases the CBA as a trusted partner and aims to provide stakeholders with a well-rounded view of the CBA services and values, as well as highlight the many aspects of the CPA profession. The videos, of course, star many of you seated here today, and we sincerely thank you again for participating. Next up, the team plans to revise our 4 E's of CPA licensure video, originally created in 2022 to make it consistent with the current licensure requirements. Communication staff created an online survey as part of the CPA Next initiative, and more information on the survey will be discussed later in the meeting. But I'm happy to report we got nearly 8,000 responses in less than 2 weeks, so that was pretty awesome. Work is underway to produce the next update newsletter, issue 102, which will be published in a few weeks. The issue is full of information about recent and upcoming CBA activities and will feature an insightful interview with Doug Aguilera, CPA, discussing his career in forensic accounting. This interview kicks off a new series in the update publication that will feature professionals from different accounting backgrounds. And we'd like to extend a thank you to Mr. Aguilera for all of his thoughtful answers. So thank you so much. Now that we've entered a new fiscal year, it's time to get started on the CBA's annual report. Preparation work has begun on this, as well as the Department of Consumer Affairs fiscal year annual report. The CBA's narrative portion for the report has been submitted, and our own annual report will be presented at the November CBA meeting. Moving to the social space, the CBA social media presence keeps growing, gaining over 3,000 new followers across all platforms during the recently completed fiscal year. A significant increase in followers came from the news of the PETH exam requirement change. All platforms experienced growth, but LinkedIn saw its greatest month of growth ever in June. We gained over 350 followers on LinkedIn alone last month, and trending pretty close to that again in July. Besides CBA original posts, we're also always happy to amplify messaging from other agencies that our stakeholders may find informative or helpful. We recently partnered with another state agency to promote heat safety during the record-breaking July heat wave, which is still occurring today. So there's more messaging to come. That concludes my presentation on this agenda item, but I'll turn it back to President Rosenbaum and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chu, obviously.
Thank you. Ms. Priest, the e-news, is that, who does that go to? I mean, is it all licensors will get the e-news or no?
So we actually just recently transitioned our e-news to a new service called Listserv. But the e-news groups, we have a place on our website where individuals can sign up and they can pick what group or what type of information they want to receive. They can receive board meeting information, or maybe they're an applicant, information, out-of-state licensee, newsletter, law changes. So they kind of pick it by the category that they're interested in receiving, or all of them.
Yeah.
And then we also have an e-news or listserv group now that goes to all of our CPA licensees. So that would be another group as well.
Okay.
And I know we typically include stats in there on our e-news, how many is signed up. And so we're transitioning to we kind of are mid-transition to this new system. So we're still getting that fine-tuned. So in September, we'll have a little presentation about the new system that we're using, a lot more benefits, and a newer system that's coming even after that, where we'll be able to get a lot of data, a lot of statistics, who opened the email, how many went into the trash. I mean, those kind of things. So it'll be, I think, very helpful in terms of our communications and our outreach.
Okay, so it's based on subscription. I mean, you have to subscribe to get on.
Except for the CPA one, yes. The CPA, there's a requirement that all licensees have to provide an email address to the
yeah.
board. So that one is a mandatory list that we have, but then the other ones are a subscription list.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Lana?
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. Ms. Pierce, this is a general question about our virtual events. Does staff have a way to assess the effectiveness of those events? Like, do we take surveys after? Do they review the participation level? Or just curious if we review that?
We always are monitoring participation level, and in this last one that we did in June and even prior ones, we typically do kind of a sign up option. So that way we can kind of anticipate how many we hope to have. And then we obviously have actuals. And then from that, we typically have email addresses so that we can communicate with them. On the last outreach event we did, we actually sent a follow-up survey, kind of a how did we do, what can we do better kind of a thing. So we do assess that.
Okay, great. And in the last, your CPA roadmap, it seemed like the chat was very active and there are lots of questions going in there. Do we have a way of addressing any unanswered questions after the fact, or once the meeting's over, there's no way to see what was asked and unanswered?
We can continue seeing those messages if I recall correctly. I can confirm that either after the meeting or at the next meeting. But we were actively trying to respond to those questions, but I'll confirm and make sure. I don't think we just cut them off. I think we can continue messaging even though the webinar is shut down. That makes
Okay.
sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure any unanswered questions, we're addressing them, maybe not
Yeah.
directly in the chat, but maybe after the fact with social media or whatever the case.
Absolutely.
The webinar, do we record that? If so, do we upload that to our YouTube channel?
Yes.
Good,
Yeah,
thank you.
on that one, I don't know if it's on our YouTube channel, but it's on our website as a embedded video to watch. But I can check, but it is on our website.
It doesn't cost us anything to put on the YouTube channel as well,
No.
so if we.
Yeah.
Okay, any further questions? If not, is there any public comment for any of the two items on item number 5A or 5B, the administration activity report or the communications and outreach report? Anyone, any public comment in Sacramento? Moderator, can you please open the lines to see if there's any public comment for those attending via WebEx?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment. Would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, moving on now to item number 6. These are reports from the Enforcement Advisory Committee and also the Peer Review Oversight Committee. So first, can I ask for a report on the Enforcement Advisory Committee, Jennifer Benjamin?
Hi, good morning, or good afternoon almost. My name is Jennifer Benjamin, and I'm the Enforcement Advisory Committee Vice Chair. I'm reporting for Kathy Johnson, the Chair. The EAC again held its meeting in person on July 11th, 2024 at the CBA office in Sacramento. At the meeting, members reviewed 24 open investigative files and provided valuable insight and feedback to assist staff with next steps in the investigative process. The EAC also held 3 investigative hearings. Our next EAC meeting will be held on October 10th, 2024 in Southern California. That concludes my report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions CBA members or members of the public may have.
Okay, great. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from members of the board? Okay, I think I'll go ahead and ask though for public comment here in Sacramento if there is any. No, moderator, could you please open the lines to see if there's any public comment for those attending via WebEx?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, please. Thank you. And thank you, Vice Chair Benjamin, for your report.
Thank you, President Rosenbaum.
Okay, moving on now, we're going to do the Peer Review Oversight Committee report, an update and action on the peer review related activities, including the annual site visit of the administering entity. And Sarah Benedict is going to provide that as opposed to our peer review oversight committee chair.
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. I just want to point out before I start that the PROC has not met before since our last CBA meeting. So we don't have a report on the PROC meetings, but we do have this agenda item. The purpose of this agenda item is to provide the CBA with an update on peer review related activities and an opportunity for the CBA to discuss and approve the Peer Review Oversight Committee, or PROC, Administrative Site Visit Checklist, which is included in Attachment 1. At its January 2022 meeting, CBA leadership identified peer review and the PROC as a priority project, specifically to ensure access to peer review information and clarifying member roles and responsibilities. The CBA identified the following concerns: ensuring all documents are provided to the CBA upon request, ensuring all failed peer review reports are filed with the CBA, the selection of attendees associated with oversight activities, timeliness and thoroughness of responses from Cal CPA to CBA, and firms dropped from peer review because they indicated that they no longer perform accounting and auditing engagements. The CBA discussed the peer review related issues at several meetings in 2023. Concerns number 1, 4, and 5, as listed at the bottom of page 1 and the top of page 2, have been sufficiently resolved. Staff continue to work with Cal CPA to reach a resolution on the remaining 2 items. Number 2 is ensuring all failed peer reviews report are filed with the CBA. And number 3, selection of attendees associated with oversight activities. The first issue I'm going to cover is ensuring all failed peer review reports are filed with the CBA. Pursuant to Business and Professions Code Section 5076, which is included in Attachment 2 for reference, the CBA approved peer review provider shall file an electronic copy of all failed peer reviewed issued to the California licensed firm within 60 days of the report being accepted. The CBA believed the AICPA's Facilitated State Board Access System was programmed to ensure that CBA received an electronic copy of failed peer review reports for California licensed firms. But the CBA discovered that California licensed firms who are headquartered outside of California and do not use Cal CPA as their administering entity may not be reported to the CBA. Cal CPA agreed to help ensure that all California licensed firms with a failed peer review were reported to the CBA. Cal CPA is currently researching all currently licensed California firms with an out-of-state address and CPAs with an out-of-state address who self-reported as sole proprietors and indicated that they performed services that require a peer review. Staff received a recent update from Cal CPA after the agenda item was finalized. So far, they have identified 2 failed peer reviews that were reported to the CBA only because the firm chose to provide the CBA with access in the Facilitated State Board Access System. Had the firm not done so, those failed peer reviews would not have been reported to the CBA by AICPA. An additional peer review is found that is pending final review of its failed status. That firm has not given the CBA access to their information in the Facilitated State Board Access System, and Cal CPA did not perform their peer review. It is only because of the research that was undertaken that we know of this potentially failed peer review. The AICPA has agreed to monitor the firm and provide CBA access when the peer review is complete. As a long-term solution, the CBA is pursuing a legislative change that would require CBA access to all objective information in the Facilitated State Board Access System, including an electronic copy of all failed peer reviews. Additionally, I'm happy to report that the AICPA is discussing updating their web-based application used to facilitate peer reviews, which is called the Peer Review Integrated Management Application, or PRIMA, to require firms to identify all states in which they are licensed during their peer review enrollment process. This change would be a big step towards improving the CBA's ability to receive failed peer review notifications for firms who are licensed in California, have an out-of-state headquarters, and do not use Cal CPA as their administering entity. I will now move on to the second topic in this agenda item, which is the selection of attendees associated with peer review oversight activities. The AICPA asserts that its confidentiality policy prohibits staff from observing the annual administrative site visit to Cal CPA, which is the most comprehensive oversight activity that the PROC performs. Staff consulted with legal counsel and determined that there is no statutory prohibition against staff observing the annual administrative site visit. In fact, there are no differences between staff and PROC committee members related to the authorization to access information, public disclosure, and the protection of the public. Staff and Cal CPA found a temporary solution in 2023. Staff randomly selected 30 firms that filled certain characteristics related to their type of peer review and peer review rating. Cal CPA then contacted the selected firms to obtain permission for staff to view their peer review related data and documents as part of the ASV. In instances where the firm's permission was not granted or additional firms needed to be selected, staff recused themselves from the meeting. Unlike past ASVs, the AICPA staff attended the 2023 meeting. For the 2024 ASV, staff followed the same procedure in 2023 in that they selected 30 firms that filled certain characteristics related to their type of peer review and peer review related rating and provided the list to Cal CPA so that permission may be obtained for staff to view the firm peer review related data and documents as part of the ASV. Following the 2023 administrative site visit, staff worked with 2 PROC members that conducted the administrative site visit to review each step of the checklist and discuss what information or evidence would be sufficient for the PROC to consider the step completed. Staff revised the checklist to accurately reflect what information and evidence is sufficient and to incorporate staff participation in the ASV in ways the PROC agreed would be helpful. Staff participation is now specifically referenced on page 1 of the ASV checklist. Including staff in the ASV allows staff to validate that this critical part of the peer review program is being conducted as directed by the CBA and reduces key person dependence and lack of consistency. Staff further hope to reduce inconsistencies by being more specific in the ASV expectations on the ASV checklist. The PROC approved the revised ASV checklist at its May 10th, 2024 meeting. Staff recommend that the CBA approve the updated checklist as provided in attachment 1, and if edits are requested, staff recommend that the CBA delegate authority to the CBA president to approve the amended document. Additionally, staff anticipate the AICPA will continue to assert prior firm permission is required before staff can view their peer review related documents and data. The CBA may wish to provide guidance on staff's continued recusal in instances where a firm's permission is not granted. That concludes my presentation. I will now turn it over to President Rosenbaum, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the members may have.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive report. Do we have any questions or comments from any board members? I guess I would like to know how many of the 30 firms did not allow access.
I don't have that readily available, but I can talk to Cal CPA and follow up with you later.
And do we have any indication as to why they would be reluctant to allow to permit access?
I do not. That process took place between Cal CPA and the firms, and CBA staff didn't receive a lot of information on, like, maybe people just didn't respond, maybe they declined. We just don't have that information.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other member of the public? So just hang on. No more questions from the board. Let me open it up for public comment for those here in Sacramento. Mr. Fox from Cal CPA.
Jason Fox with Cal CPA. Thank you to the staff and the report. And certainly that's a question we'll follow up with our peer review team to see if we can get some answers. To your question about the reluctance, I don't know if it's so much of a reluctance to do it. I think maybe the firms just didn't select to open up their review. So I don't know if it was a thought process, but that's a question we'll look at. And I think the legislation that's moving forward kind of addresses that going forward, but I wouldn't characterize it as a reluctance per se. It's just they didn't. Could be a lot of reasons why they just maybe missed it or whatever. So,
okay, thank you. Any other public comment here in Sacramento? Moderator, could you please open up the lines to see if we have any public comment from attendees via WebEx?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, please. Thank you. Okay, now to address the request for action. There is a recommendation from staff regarding that. I would entertain a motion in that regard. Ms. Two. Ms. Lotta, sir.
Um, I move to approve the revisions to the ASV checklist and any edits necessary that the CBA delegate authority to the president to approve the final amended document.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second to that?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Batchelor. Okay, we have a motion, a second. Do we have any discussion from anyone here on the board regarding this motion? Any further discussion from the public in Sacramento? Moderator, would you please open the lines to see if we have any public comment from those attending via WebEx?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Reed, can you take the vote, please?
Doug Aguilera,
Yes.
Patricia Batchelor, Nancy Dong,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines, Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Christian Lotta,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Teresa Thompson,
Yes.
and Yen Tu.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Oh, great. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Benedict. Okay, so that will leave us now to item number 7, report of the licensing chief, and 7A, the licensing activity report. And since you're already here, you might as well go ahead with that
Thank
one.
you. It worked out nice for me. The licensing activity report, or the LAR, covers July 1st, 2023 through May 31st, 2024. The LAR begins with the reporting of processing times. I am pleased to report that processing times remain below 30 days. Effective July 1st, 2024, the PETH exam is no longer required for CPA licensure. In lieu of the PETH exam, new licensees must complete the regulatory review course for their first license renewal. Now, if you turn your attention to page 2 of the LAR, there were nearly 90,000 stakeholder inquiries in the form of emails and telephone calls. This is inclusive of CBA calls directed to the CBA call center. Beginning July 1st, 2024, licensing calls will be handled directly by the CBA staff and will no longer be directed to the DCA call center. On pages 3 and 4, moving on to pages 3 and 4, as of May 31st, the examination unit has approved 4,818 first-time applicants to sit for the CPA exam. The initial licensing unit has approved 3,106 applications for CPAs and firms. On pages 5 and 6 is data related to renewal statistics, renewal deficiencies, and continuing education audits. Table 7 includes the CE audit data. As of May 31st, the renewal unit had performed 825 audits. Of the 825, 671 were found to be compliant. 51 were initially deficient but are now compliant. I'd like to call your attention to the decline in the fictitious name registration shown near the bottom of page 8. Recently, staff discovered that expired fictitious name registrations do not automatically cancel in our database after 5 years, like a CPA or a firm license does. Staff generated a report to identify which fictitious name registrations needed to be canceled and then made the necessary changes in our database. I would like to extend my appreciation to the administrative staff unit for helping with this project. Staff will continue to identify and cancel fictitious name registrations as appropriate on a routine basis. That concludes my presentation. I will now turn it back over to President Rosenbaum, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any questions here? Yes, Ms. Dong.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I wanted to talk to you about Table 3, which is a uniform CPA results because it shows a 13% drop in first-time test takers. Are we concerned about that number? It does seem like there's a little bit of regression to the mean from the 2021, 2022, 2023 results, and maybe there is an artificial bump in 2023, 2024. But what was interesting is that it is a new exam. So does that mean that perhaps it's harder or it's perceived to be harder for first-time participants to take the exam? You know, is there a signaling kind of effect that we're seeing here for the first time?
Exams have been kind of declining. Unfortunately, I'm not the expert on exams, so Michelle's going to help me out with that question.
Just to clarify, are you asking for the reduction in the number of those sitting?
Yeah, I guess there is. Am I looking at the difference between received versus approved? Maybe that's what it is. It's for table 3, page 3 as well of the PDF file that we received. Is that usual 13% decline between received and approved?
Right. What you don't see on there is we didn't put received and approved for the other ones on here. So I don't know that it's any different. We can go back and look, but I don't anticipate that it is.
Do we have a sense of whether or not candidates are looking at the new uniform exam and thinking that it might be harder to pass, or, you know, there are any changes in terms of how they're reacting to the new exam?
So we have not received feedback that would give us indication of their thoughts about the exam, but in the last Executive Officer Monthly Report, trying to remember the name of that in my mind, sorry, we did provide you with information regarding the pass rates for the different sections and how some of them might be different than prior. And one of them was in the exact opposite direction of what you just mentioned, but we have not heard specific feedback.
Ms. Lotta?
Thank you. On page 8, footnote 9, at the bottom says the fictitious name registrations can't be renewed late, and staff created a report of about 1,500 expired FNR licenses. Have we considered allowing a late renewal to perhaps have more accurate information on the fictitious name registrations?
We do have a grace period with all of our renewals, so if it comes in within 30 days, we'll generally accept it. But the fictitious name registrations work a little bit differently than a license, and a registration by law cannot be renewed late. You have to start over. So we do have a little bit of leeway with that. The main problem was that our database didn't treat them the same way as the other licenses, so I had to make adjustments to that going forward so that our data will be more accurate in the future. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Mr. Aguilera?
I have a fictitious name registration, and I don't know when it expires. I'm ashamed to say. Is it possible to notify the registrants that the renewal period is coming up?
Yes, they, all fictitious name registrations get a renewal notice approximately 90 days prior to expiration, just like a CPA or a firm license would.
So I guess you're good.
And I will add, they only expire every 5 years, which is longer than a normal 2-year period. So it's not as often, but I will look yours up later and send you an email.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions or comments from the board? What about from the public? Are there any questions or comments from the public in Sacramento? Mr. Fox?
Jason Fox with Cal CPA, just to Ms. Dong's earlier question on the exams. So historically, what we've seen to happen from a trend standpoint is when there's a large change in the CPA exam, whether from a content or structure standpoint, there tends to be a spike in candidates rushing to take the current exam at the end of the year and then a drop. And so I think some of the data you're starting to see is the folks that are, you know, the kind of like the blip of that moving through the bubble. So we think it'll even out. but the conversation later this afternoon is the number of candidates coming into the profession and sitting for the exam has a little bit of a downward trend, and so that there's some broader challenges and things that we're working through that relate to that. But I think the numbers you're seeing is just a process of candidates as they make choices on which exam they want to take.
Thank you. Any other public comment in Sacramento? Moderator, could you please open the lines to see if we have any public comment from those attending via WebEx?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so we're a little bit ahead of schedule, so I'd like to go ahead and continue with some of the items that we have on the agenda. So right now it will be number 8, meeting minutes. We've got a number of meeting minutes that are in your packet. The adoption of the May 16 and 17 meeting minutes and the acceptance of the May 16 CPC meeting minutes, the May 16 Legislative Committee meeting minutes, and the May 2nd Enforcement Advisory Committee minutes. I'm going to ask for motions, but then I'll have public comment at the end of this for all of the meeting minutes. So first on the agenda, can I get a motion to adopt the minutes of the May 16, 17, 2024 California Board of Accountancy meeting, specifically agenda item 8A, which includes non-substantive edits which were noted after the materials were received? Ms. Hines.
Moved.
Do I have a second? Mr. Jacobson.
I second that.
Can I also now get a motion to? I will have to take public comment on the first motion, which is adopting the California Board of Accountancy minutes. So is there any additional discussion from any of those on the board? Any public comment from Sacramento? Moderator, can you open the lines to see if we have any public comment on the adoption of the minutes of the May 16, 17 CBA meeting that would come from WebEx?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, thank you. Okay, now moving on to the committee minutes. Can I get a motion to accept the committee minutes, specifically agenda items 8B
Mr.
through?
President, my apologies.
Oh.
Michael Canotes, legal counsel. We will need to take a vote on that motion before moving.
Thank you for that. Sorry about that, Ms. Reed. Can you please take the vote?
Yantu,
Yes.
Teresa Thompson,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Christian Lotta,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines, Nancy Dong,
Yes.
Patricia Batchelor, and Doug Aguilera. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Now separately, can we get a motion to accept the committee minutes, specifically agenda items 8B through 8D, including non-substantive edits that were noted after the materials were received?
I so move the acceptance of those minutes. I did have a clarification question, though. Why are we adopting minutes in item A and accepting minutes in items B and C?
I can answer, but you.
So Michael Canotes again. So it's a matter of procedure in terms of each motion. There may be different votes on each of the motions to adopt the different sets of minutes. As well, we need to take public comment on each motion every time the the board takes an action.
Some approve and some accept.
Yeah, the verbiage you use is different. Adoption of May 16th minutes and then acceptance of May 16th minutes.
My apologies. I think those are synonymous.
Thank you.
So just for purposes of why we've done this is based on prior direction from prior legal counsels. Those are the board's minutes, the ones that the board is adopting as their own, whereas the other ones are committees that report to the board. They've adopted those minutes independently, and the board is accepting those into the record.
Yes, Ms. Salazar.
If I'm allowed to just throw in like how I've processed this as well, because I think it's a really great question. I, in the past, if I've been absent, maybe I would abstain because I wasn't there versus all the committees where we're not necessarily present, but we are just recognizing that we're bringing them into the record. So it's sort of a different opportunity there to separate them.
Right, okay. Were you the first? Okay. I need a second.
Second.
Mr. Aguilar. Okay, do we have any further discussion on the acceptance of the committee meeting minutes? Do we have any public comment from individuals in Sacramento? Moderator, can you open the lines to see if we have any public comment from those attending via WebEx?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Reed, can you call for the vote?
Doug Aguilera,
Yes.
Patricia Batchelor,
Yes.
Nancy Dong,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines, Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Christian Lauda,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Teresa Thompson,
Yes.
and Yin Tu.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, great. We still have some time prior to lunch, and so by hand signal, Ms. Salazar has indicated she would be ready to continue with item number 9, other business, the AICPA report on meetings by the AICPA accountants, by the AICPA attended by a CBA representative. And first on the list is a report from Ms. Salazar on the Board of Examiners.
Why, thank you, President Rosenbaum. I appreciate the opportunity to handle this item. I would like to share that the Board of Examiners did meet on June 20th virtually. And there are a lot of items that you've heard me mention before that continue to be ongoing items. We've continued to receive updates on AICPA's work on technology surrounding how the CPA exam is delivered. There continues to be at each and every meeting a lot of time devoted to exam volumes relative to my fellow board members' questions. So what I can share with you is the Board of Examiners received a report that the 2024 volumes for exam, this is nationally, are slightly ahead of the budget. And to echo the public comment that we received, that examinations do tend to ebb and flow. Candidates we tend to see rush in before a big exam change and then it drops off, and there's a lot of variation. So we are seeing that continue to happen, although volumes are slightly ahead of the budget. I would also add in an additional variable. There are 2 new variables as well that I am receiving reports on that are also impacting volume. Is now we have candidate choice with our disciplines, so there continue to be changes in there, and there are changes in the order. We're seeing that students are sitting for the examinations. And then the last item is that because so many states have been very effective at implementing the Credit Relief Initiative, and various programs related to the 30-month window and the Credit Relief Initiative, that there are a lot of other things happening that are also impacting. We may have students delaying and waiting because now they have more time than they did. So again, I think the message is that this continues to be watched very carefully at a national level. But volumes are slightly ahead of budget, which is good news. I can share with you that there were over 10,000 discipline exams delivered and scheduled as of June 13th of 2024. So that's the start of the year through. And that volume continues to build, which was good news. You know, it was lowest in the first quarter. And it continues to go up. So remember, I said scheduled, they may not have taken them. And again, we are expecting discipline choice to continue to change over time. But year to date, it is just, hopefully it's okay if I share this, but it seems to be moving around quarter to quarter. We're not seeing the same volume, which is sort of what was predicted. But across the year, the majority of the students are actually signing up for BAR, followed by TCP, and then ISC. So again, that's 43% of those disciplines taken and scheduled were in BAR, 25% in ISC, and 32% in TCP. So that is not wildly weighted to any one of those categories. And I think that's good to see as a board member. That made me happy to see that all of those disciplines are attractive to some of the candidates coming into the profession. So I think that's really great news. The other thing I would share is that the BOE is working on policies. They're updating them for CPA evolution and putting in some enhancements during this fiscal year, and they will also be embarking upon strategic plan activities. These are inclusive. There are a lot of discussions about the NPAG, the national group that is working on pipeline issues. And so, again, that really concludes my report, but I wanted to be responsive as I could to the ask about volumes. But I will say that those volumes are national and not state specific. So for that information, we continue to work with our team and their internal reports. So with that, I'll turn it over for any questions or move along if there.
Well, thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
Okay.
We'll
May
do-
I?
We'll let you continue because, as it turns out, you are also the NASBA Director at Large.
Why, thank you. Yes, I am, sir. So the NASBA board did just meet. I will share with you that I'm very excited that we will have the new president and CEO, Dan Dustin, with us here at the meeting this afternoon during the 1:30 time certain agenda item on the pipeline. And we will also have the current NASBA chair, Stephanie Saunders, participating online via WebEx to provide comment. She graciously offered to try to fly out for, the 2-hour agenda and fly back, but that was right on the tail end of a 24-hour travel cycle she had. So we thought it might be prudent for her to join remotely. So we weren't worried about airline connections. So what I will share with you from the recent board meeting is that there was a lot of time spent on the National Professional Licensure Task Force group update, but I will not dig into that because we will have the NASBA representatives here. But I do want to share with you that starting in July, the CPA exam is not now offered in the Philippines. So again, the international continues. That didn't come through AICPA because that meeting actually preceded the launch. So, I kind of got the official news there at the board meeting. I want to be responsive to prior concerns and conversation about, especially in the Ledge Committee, about AI. Private equity. And so I would share with you that this continues to be an issue that NASBA is looking at. but there is a webinar being held by NASBA on private equity investment in public accounting firms. So everyone on the board should have received an invitation from NASBA on I got mine on July 18th. So please look there for information on how to register. That is August 8th. It is from 10 to 11 a.m. Pacific time. So their invitations are in Central. You have to do a little mental math there to get the time right. But if you did not receive that, if you would maybe kindly let Dominic know, and then I can help with any communications to make sure I can forward that invitation to him to then distribute to you all if you didn't get it. I would share in terms of the NASBA meeting, it continues its ongoing, robust budgeting and audit processes. Those all continued. The nominations committee report was approved, and Nikki Nealon of our neighbor state Nevada has been selected to be NASBA's vice chair nominee for 24-25. So that's exciting. We do have someone closer to us, and I know a lot of you may have met her, so I think that's very exciting news. The way NASBA's nominations work is that Stephanie Saunders is the current chair. The next year's chair was last year's nominee. And so this would put Ms. Nealon in as chair in the 25-26 year. So I think that's kind of local news, very exciting. And so I think that the last item I would share is about the legislative committee report. And I will do it. It was in the board materials, and I'm also have a committee. So I'm squishing two agenda items together here, folks, but bear with me. There was some conversation about legislation. So I do want to share that there was a 20-minute online national survey of 1,200 voters. I do have information about how that was put together. It was sponsored by ARPL, which is the Association for Responsible Professional Licensure, which is a multi-group organization, which you should be receiving information from them on as a NASBA board member. State Boards of Accountancy, NASBA facilitates that along with architecture and several other professional groups. This survey was interesting because there were some pretty specific questions, and it shared that the results were that 51% of these voters oppose lowering standards to address workforce shortages. 54% considered the 3 E's essential. So again, those E's were defined as the education, experience, and examination, and believe they should not be lowered or made flexible. And there was also support among more than 60% for alternative pathways to help individuals meet licensing requirements. So interestingly, the things that resonated there were the things that have already been put out, the STEM and the earn and learn, which resonated. The survey also dug into the role of licensing and responsible AI use, and it revealed that voters were concerned about AI and that they see roles for licensing and boards like ours in harnessing AI effectively, safely, and ethically. So I thought that was really interesting. So 76% said professional licensing standards must evolve to include training on AI. As it becomes increasingly adopted, and 77% said licensed professionals should oversee AI use within the profession to minimize risks, and a whopping 76% see licensing boards as best equipped to ensure responsible AI integration into professions. So as we're talking about AI and keeping an eye on the legislation, I share that with you because our board staff is watching for these things, and I think it's nice to see those dots start connecting, that we are not alone with monitoring and looking at what's happening. So this is definitely on NASBA's radar. Of importance across nearly all areas, there is weaker support for licensing among younger voters. So again, if you have not been to ARPL's website, that information is available. There should be links on NASBA's page, but there are maybe less so in this state, but robust efforts to reduce and eliminate licensing boards across the US. And so it was kind of interesting to see that younger voters are less less supportive of licensing. So that is some of the outcomes. The other thing I would share is there was a statistic that I thought was interesting. Only 1 in 3 of these voters would consider supporting changes to licensing standards in an effort to address workforce shortages. So again, I think it's interesting to hear because as a board member, I filter that and say there may be communications or optics or some challenges in communicating the actions and why they're being taken by different boards as they look at changes in licensing standards. So I just thought that was interesting, and that concludes my report on what happened at the NASBA board and what came out of that from the legislative committee with the work that NASBA has been doing and the separate Association for Responsible Professional Licensure has produced recently. So with that, I would turn it back over to President Rosenbaum.
Thank you very much for that. And I guess in the same vein, both Ms. Salazar, Mr. Franzella, and Ms. Corrigan attended the Western Region NASBA meeting. And so there is an item here, item 4, to report on what occurred at the Western Region meeting. So yes, Ms. Tu.
Thank you. Ms. Salazar, when you're talking, I am in no way in support of lowering standard at all in terms of licensing or anything like that. But I wonder, is there any discussion in NASPA or AICPA even, Cal CPA for that matter, in terms of the 3 E's that you mentioned? I mean, can we at least look at the different the 3 E's that you're mentioning in terms in the lens of a social justice lens of maybe it's not the technical aspect of but look at the way questions are asked that are biased in some ways or experience. Are there opportunity for experience for certain socially and economic affected population to getting those? I mean, because to be quite honest with you, most of the time to get any internship or anything, it's based on who you know and who you hang out with and who your parents' friends are and so forth. So I'm just wondering if there's some discussion in your travel.
Well, I'm not sure if you're asking specific to the construction of the survey or on the other side, but I would share that that diversity and the accessibility of our profession to a wide variety of people seems to be deeply embedded in many conversations throughout the organizations. And so there are reports by AICPA and NASBA. And so I do think that it is, at least on the NASBA side, specific to this report, it is something that they do consider. So I'm not sure if I could have a specific answer, but there is an understanding that it is important to reach out to the entire population of potential candidates, and when it comes to it, you don't want to limit your choices because it is absolutely recognized that some of our best opportunities may be with candidates that traditionally might not in the past have been attracted to our profession.
That's kind of exactly what I'm asking. I'm happy to hear that there it is in the forefront of some of these discussion. I mean, I recall the whole SAT exam where, I mean, it's very obvious the biases for certain population with some of the questions, and they change those questions. It allows for more diverse groups.
President Rosenbaum, if you'll indulge me, just to clarify, what I would recommend is that you look at on the AICPA side that they have a pipeline acceleration plan initiative. They've recently come out with sort of a draft strategy document. That's where the majority of this discussion on the pipeline I'm seeing happens, because again, the regulatory piece is a little bit more defined. There sort of is a path that as regulators that we handle, but there is a lot of opportunity in the AICPA and the Cal CPA seems to be working really hard with a lot of initiatives. And so that pipeline plan includes things like that experience, learn and earn, that ELE program that's out there, the culture within firms, supporting recent students as they sit for the exam. There's AICPA has a 30-hour communications campaign going to talk with people. That they work with the Center for Audit Quality about messaging, about the perception of the firm. And so there's also the relief with the credit relief initiative and extending the window from 18 to 30. So there are many, many efforts in that vein. So if you have not read that report and you are looking for the link, please go to your EO. And I think Dominic can get that resent out to everyone as well. So thank you.
Any other comments from the board?
Just actually a question. I did see that they had opened up the exam in the Philippines, which obviously addresses the pipeline needs. Is this the first time they've offered the exam internationally? I don't know if you know that. Or do they have in India as well? You know, it's sort of what?
It launched in India. It is international. There have been significant changes, and the volume of international candidates is growing significantly. It used to be that it was much more challenging to sit for the exam, and so now there are testing centers opening up around the world. So there is a complete list at the AICPA website, and so there is definitely shifts happening, and there are more international candidates sitting for the US CPA exam.
One of the things that I had learned from some of the other chartered exams is that once they had opened the opportunity to take an exam at different time zones, sometimes they would send answers to the domestic students who were sitting the exam in the US. Has there been any discussion or look into whether or not some of that cheating might be happening?
The ACPA does have resources that are specific to looking for and addressing that. And in fact, boards actions have been taken by various boards that had candidates that were impacted. And so there are resources put towards that. And there have been referrals back to state boards as a result of some findings that have been substantiated. So yes, there is a diligent and robust management, and I would say the exam is really important to, especially the AICPA, and so they are very, very concerned with it. And there are disclosures that say you won't share it. If you're on a board, if you're even on a committee, there are non-disclosure statements that prevent leakage. And even on the technology side, you have to make sure that you are being very careful with any exam-related data if you are in a position to have any access to it as, say, a subject matter expert.
Thank you.
And I know some of these questions we're starting to sort of leak into our pipeline discussion, which is scheduled at 1:30 this afternoon. But given the discussion that we've had on the report from Ms. Salazar's attendance at meetings, et cetera, with NASBA, I'd like to open it up for public comment for that before we move into the Western Region meeting, and I see we have some public comment here in Sacramento.
So I used to be on the board, actually the California Board of Accountancy a number of years ago. You have much nicer digs than I used to have. So one of the things that I've been very involved in the profession, including the ICPA and NASBA, I was also in the examination review board, the examination board with the ICPA and NASBA. I was the chair of the examination review board, which audits the CPA exam. So just a little bit more depth to what Katrina brought up is that the ICPA, the examinations division, has people that specialize in language and the way questions are asked so that questions not be discriminatory, which is, I think, a really big deal. They are sensitive to the fact. I also think from a diversity standpoint, I've been very active, like I said, in AICPA and NASBA. They do surveys, they develop plans, but the thing where I think they fall short is having boots on the ground. And I'm much more involved with Cal CPA now. So the things you're talking about diversity, about engaging students, that's why I'm much more involved with Cal CPA right now. So I work not only with my students at USC, but do a lot of work with community college students because that's the pipeline where I think this goes ahead and makes sense. So there's a lot to talk about that, including pipeline, but there's a difference between developing plans and having a real connection. So one of the things that unfortunately happened was that the CBA was going to have a meeting at USC. Something happened where we couldn't do it because of spending budgets, issues, things like that. So I hear you're going to San Diego. So want to open up an invitation to come visit USC. I'm hoping we can reschedule that and make that happen. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. And I would add that I think we all appreciate the opportunity to have some of our meetings at college campuses for that very reason, for the outreach. And budget, budgets are budgets, but as long as they will allow. Okay, moderator, could you open up the lines to see if we have any public comment via WebEx?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. Okay, this time, the next item on the agenda is the report from the Western Regional Meeting held June 25, 27, 2024 in Omaha. Both Miss Salazar and Mr. Franzella can report.
How about I'll start and then
Please.
Dominic can chime in. The agenda for this was included. Those topics continued as planned. The lion's share of the conversation seemed to, revolve around the big issues we're talking about today. It is, how is the exam doing? How is evolution doing? Where is the examination today? The benefit to the regionals is that there is the ability to meet and interact with your regions and to hear back from everyone. There was a lot of conversation about professional licensure task force, but again, that was so June 26th because it's all continued to change. So again, there isn't a lot to report because we will have Stephanie and Dan available for this to give us sort of the most current information. Again, I think what I walked away from is NASBA is trying to listen and hear and try to keep some of the benefits of the uniformity. That was sort of the message that I heard, and find ways to work with states so that it benefits everyone, and we're not sacrificing some of the benefits that we have today with the uniformity we have today. But there was a report on the National Pipeline Advisory Group. So again, it's digging a little bit more into those reports that we have received in our packages and we continue to talk about. And so the other thing is there was a really great speaker on AI across the nation. And so again, I would just share with you that through these meetings, if you can participate, even with budget limitations and travel restrictions, if you are available to view the webinar, you may want to listen to that because there was a presentation on artificial intelligence across the nation. So these issues that we are talking about and tracking are absolutely on the radar for NASBA as well. And there was a lot of conversation about continuing to dig into private equity. That was one of the questions in the breakout session. And so again, it kind of brings you back to that webinar on August 8th as being another opportunity as well. So do look for the video links to go out. I don't recall if they must have been issued. I have not rewatched it, but those are now available in an archive. And so Dominic, do you want to share any added takeaways that you got?
I think my intention primarily when I was coming to report on this would have been on the professional licensing task force, but as Ms. Salazar has pointed out, it's barely been a month and I think it's gone through 3 different iterations of changes since that particular time. So it's kind of outdated today. So hearing from Mr. Dustin and Ms. Saunders will be valuable this afternoon. But I would say one of the more unique pieces that they hadn't done before, which I hope NASBA continues to integrate into their regional meetings and their national meetings, was a student panel that they had in the afternoon. And it was called Students Perspective Panel Discussion with Current Accounting Students. And there was a couple of them from Omaha, one from New Mexico, and I think there was another gentleman from Nebraska as well. But there was a California student from California, Cal Poly Pomona, who was there, and it was just really interesting to listen to the perspectives that students have. And what it was clear to me is education is different from state to state and what is available to students and what programs are available to students, say in Nebraska versus opportunities in California, and how the programs are structured, and listening to their perspectives on how they got into it. And they did a very good job of selecting individuals who were, first generation students to college, individuals who changed life paths, a gentleman from the military who's now coming into the accounting profession. So they did a really good job, and I hope they continue to do that going forward. So if you get a chance to watch the archive, you want to skip ahead to anything, that's a very good piece to skip ahead to.
All right. I don't know if we have time. All right. Okay. So I think we are going to adjourn for lunch now, and at 1:30 we will pick up with what had previously been put in as item 2D. So let's adjourn for now. Be back precisely at 1:30. Thank you. There. Sorry. Let's resume. We're now going to take up item D2, or sorry, item 2D that we had on the calendar on the agenda for this morning at 1:30 today. So we'll begin with that. And this is a discussion and possible action on activities and initiatives in California and nationally related to the CPA pipeline, requirements for CPA licensure, CPA mobility, and changes to the Uniform Accountancy Act. So Dominic, do you want to kick us off? I do. Thank you. So let me give you a little bit of background first. At the March meeting, the board directed staff to explore options for how California could take a larger and more active role in the CPA pipeline discussions. Following that meeting, Staff began work on developing a proposed licensure framework to assist in discussions on potential changes to the licensure model without compromising mobility, but instead modernizing it to make it more evergreen. At its May 2024 meeting, the CBA heard from staff and stakeholders with the AICPA, NASBA, and Cal CPA. The discussions then focused on the CPA pipeline and included information related to modernizing mobility and potential CPA licensure requirement changes developed by staff. I want to express my appreciation to those stakeholders who gave presentations and shared information on the initiatives and strategies they're working on. The information presented provided valuable insight as CBA continues its deliberations. During the discussions in May, members requested additional information and data to guide their discussions for the meeting. Following the May meeting, staff conducted various information gathering tasks, including sharing specific CBA member questions with stakeholders, researching other state initiatives, posting a survey, and conducting several town halls. I want to express my appreciation to all the town hall participants. The executive directors, faculty, students, firm representatives, and licensees provided candid feedback on the proposed legislature framework, substantial equivalency, and mobility. The ability to meet in these town halls and share was invaluable. And those who participated were very appreciative of being asked for their thoughts, input, and activities occurring in their jurisdiction, firm, and school. The survey that was issued received an overwhelming response. As we heard earlier, I think it's some 8,000 responses in less than 2 weeks. The questions in the survey allowed respondents to have a voice in these important discussions. And to all who completed the survey, the CBA appreciates your time and feedback. Before I provide an overview of the presentations for today, I want to recognize Cal CPA for their assistance in coordinating some of the town halls and who amplified our messaging on the survey. Your ongoing collaboration with the CBA is greatly appreciated. As you see on the agenda, we have several parts to today's discussion. First, we'll hear a presentation from Dan Dustin, CPA, NASBA's current Vice President of Board Relations and soon-to-be President and CEO. He has a PowerPoint to share with the CBA and provide an update on NASBA activities. We then have 3 staff presentations. The first is a comprehensive overview of these activities and information that I was just talking about collected based on the CBA direction at the May meeting. Following that presentation, members will have an opportunity to ask clarifying questions. We then have 2 other agenda items were at the core of the CBA's discussions. One is on mobility, and the second one is on educational requirements. The requested outcome of these presentations and CBA deliberations is to take action to provide direction to staff on the development of legislative language for the CBA consideration at the September meeting. This is a critical component if CBA decides to seek a legislative change for next year. I'd like to thank everyone who's attending today's meeting in person and viewing the meeting on WebEx. We invite and look forward to hearing your comments. We're now going to start with item 2D1, update from the National Association of State Boards of Accountancy Professional Licensure Task Force from Dan Dustin, CPA and Vice President of State Board Relations. Thank you and welcome.
There we go. Got it. Thank you for having me today. I appreciate the opportunity to come and provide you with an update on what has been happening both with NASBA's Professional Licensure Task Force, as well as really the establishment of a joint group between NASBA's Professional Licensure Task Force and the AICPA's National Pipeline Advisory Group. So a lot of coordinated effort right now in the last couple of weeks. Bear with me, I'm just going to change glasses here so I can appropriately see what I'm telling you. Also online on WebEx is NASBA Chair Stephanie Saunders, who couldn't be here today due to traveling conflicts, but wanted to participate as best she could. So I really want to start with giving some background on what is happening nationally and what it means. The first thing, if you attend NAS meetings or you hear anything that's going on, you hear the term Uniform Accountancy Act or probably the acronym UAA. And the UAA was established decades ago, and it represents an evergreen document that was created and is maintained by the AICP and NASBA. It serves as a model act, if you will, or statute, and rules that boards of accountancy can consider as they're making changes to their rules and their statutes. Over time, this has been changed periodically based on input of stakeholders, AICPA and NASBA committees, as well as guidance from the leadership of both organizations. So I wanted to explain the process that we follow. You can see on this slide, it's really fairly extensive. It all starts with the identification of an issue and whether it needs to be considered for a change in the Uniform Accountancy Act or the model rules. It goes to the Uniform Accountancy Act Committee, and that is a joint committee. Each organization, the AICPA and NASBA, have their own individual committees, but whenever there's a change to the Model Act, that joint committee meets and discusses whether there should be changes to the UAA. Again, it depends on how detailed the changes are. Sometimes they will create a task force to dig into the issues. Other times it may just go through that committee for approval. What happens next is that both boards of directors, the board of directors, the AICPA and NASBA, will meet to discuss the exposure draft and will vote to expose it for public comment. Public comment typically is 60 to 90 days in order to provide boards of accountancy, state societies, other key stakeholders the opportunity to weigh in on possible changes to the UAA. Once that exposure period is closed, the comment letters are evaluated, and if changes are made, they could result in going back to the committee for changes. If it's apparent that what's being proposed is not acceptable to the boards and the societies and others, then it could be tabled. Or if everybody is in alignment with it, then it potentially goes to the boards of accountancy for adoption. So there's really three options once we get through that exposure period. If it is adopted, then you'll see a new version of the Uniform Accountancy Act or the model rules. The Act itself has not been updated since 2018. We did update the model rules last year for some changes in peer review after some boards of accountancy asked for greater detail in the types of forms and information that could be provided by peer review. So the rules tend to be more updated than the Act itself. Again, we have that public feedback throughout the process. And I would say the other thing is that it's a fairly transparent process, both from the standpoint that there is this public exposure, and on the committees there is representation both from state board members like yourself, as well as an executive director on NASBA's UA committee, and then there are members of the AICPA, and a state society executive is also on that committee. So a lot of stakeholder involvement with what's going on. I just want to touch base first on the current pathways to licensure, just to explain where we are. And this slide shows under the current 150-hour requirement, there's at least three ways that people reach that 150-hour requirement today. They get a bachelor's degree and a master's, which is, I think a lot of what was considered the pathway, the main pathway under the current act. There's also a bachelor's degree and up to 30 hours. And in the last year, NASBA and the ICPA created the Experience, Learn, and Earn program, which was focused on providing a low-cost alternative to supplementing a bachelor's degree in the number of hours that someone may need to reach 150 hours. And then the other is experiential learning, And you may be aware of, there's a few different models out there now. The first one that occurred was in New Jersey with PricewaterhouseCoopers and St. Peter's University creating that. And so those were the three models that most people look at as they try to attain the 150 hours. What I wanted to touch base on next is substantial equivalency and mobility. Um, Right now, all jurisdictions are considered to be substantially equivalent. And what does substantial equivalent mean? Well, what happens is NASBA's attorneys look at each jurisdiction's statute rules and gauge whether the education, experience, and examination components of state laws and rules are consistent with the licensure requirements in the Uniform Accountancy Act. So it's just a legal read of what boards have enacted. And those three E's that we call them, the education, examination, experience, represent the minimum thresholds for licensure across the country right now. They represent the laws and the rules that were enacted either by the legislatures or the boards of accountancy. So again, what is evaluated? Well, we look at what's the minimum threshold that a jurisdiction has. Do they have a bachelor's degree with an accounting concentration and 150 semester hours of education? Does it require passage of the uniform CPA examination? And does the state have experience that is defined in the UAA? And that, the easy, I didn't put it on the slide because I'd probably have to put an entire slide in there just with that definition of what experience is, but it's generally using the skills and competencies of a CPA, whether you're in public accounting or business and industry. It's fairly broadly defined today. So the other thing that is of major concern right now is interstate mobility. And what that does, it allows the CPA to practice across state lines without having to obtain a license or a temporary practice permit to practice in another jurisdiction. And the mantra when this was adopted 20 plus years ago was no notice, no fee, no escape. And there's two measures by which substantial equivalency is determined. One is on the jurisdiction level. So has the legislature and the board in a jurisdiction adopted the three E's as defined in the UAA? And the second is that if a board is determined not to be substantially equivalent, then there's a process by which an individual themselves could ask to be evaluated for alignment with the UAA. So there's two pathways really that exist today. So one of the things that's interesting in the whole dialogue is, the differences among state boards. And the one that comes to mind with California is that you're one of two jurisdictions that has two license types, the A license and the G license. I want to thank this board for allowing me to serve on your CERT committee a year or two ago. It's the second time I served on that with that group, that task force. And it's a great experience anytime I come out here and work with all of you. The A license requires 500 hours of test experience, where the G license generally follows the general experience requirement defined in the UAA. And I have a little bullet there that says states can be more prescriptive with respect to the requirements for licensure. And just as you have two license types and you have more prescriptive experience to get that A license, other jurisdictions have similar differences. For example, Florida requires 39 hours of accounting and 36 hours of business courses to become a CPA in Florida. Nebraska requires a certificate holder to have 4,000 hours of public accounting experience earned in the last 2 years. Or if you work in business industry, you need 6,000 hours over 3 years. And then finally, another example, Oregon and Nevada both have more specificity in the experience they require for licensure in those jurisdictions as well. Again, the assessment of whether a jurisdiction is substantially equivalent or not is based on that minimum threshold that is defined in the UAA. and it does allow for states to be more prescriptive if they deem it fit. So with that, I guess, basis, let me talk a little bit about the Professional Licensure Task Force. Its charge, and it was established in last November of 23, charge is to consider new concept for CPA licensure that may be included in the Uniform Accountancy Act to update the current licensure model. So as you recall, right now we have the 150-hour requirement, and that could result in a bachelor's degree, a master's, bachelor's degree, and supplemental 30 hours, or experiential learning. So there are those three models today. One of the things I think we've done a good job is the outreach. And you can see on this slide, we've reached out to boards of accountancy members and executive directors. We reached out to the major accrediting organization in accountancy, the AACSB. We've spoken with the State Society of Government Relations folks. Those are the folks like Jason Fox, who work on legislation all the time for their societies. We also have a committee at NASBA that consists of state society executives, and we've gone to them a couple of times with respect to what we're considering and to ask for input as well. And then we certainly have reached out and discussed the National Pipeline Advisory Group and their substantial equivalency work group. I had the honor of serving on that work group in the last few months. Both NASBA and the ACP agreed that it would be in the best interest of the profession to establish a joint work group consisting of people who had served on both the Professional Licensure Task Force and NPAG. So the activities we've done since December of 2023, we had a concept exposure, and you may recall, we asked if the charge of the task force was aligned with where the boards of accountancy and other stakeholders were, and whether it was boards of accountancy, state societies, firms, other groups, everybody was predominantly, significantly in favor of continuing that work to look at other pathways to licensure. The only group that we had mixed results from were the educators. We had, I think, 29 responses, and it was split pretty much 50-50. I think it was 15 said no, 14 said yes. And then one educator actually answered yes and no, depending on which month they sent a response in. We held two webinars, one in January and one in March, to keep folks up to date on what we're doing. And we spoke at the Executive Directors Conference in March. What's interesting is we're trying to bring folks along the path with us, bringing them with us. And a lot of the feedback we received was positive from the standpoint they appreciated what we were doing, but then they had specific questions that we couldn't answer because we hadn't defined what we were doing yet. At the Executive Directors Conference, we used an example of how we might define the skills and competencies of a newly licensed CPA, which would be the basis for this pathway. And unfortunately, it caused some confusion because the basis of the example was the CP Evolution model curriculum. And so some believed that what we were trying to say is we were replacing 30 hours of academic credit on a transcript with 30 hours of experiential learning off a transcript that we essentially, AICP and NASB, would be giving academic credit, and that was never the intent. The intent was really to look at the experiential learning models that are out there now, which are in some ways aligned with internships and other things where folks are working and gaining experience while they're employed in public accounting or in business and industry. So as I mentioned, the joint work group was established in May of 2024. And soon after that, we began having bi-weekly meetings. Sometimes we had to move them out a little bit more because of conflicts with conferences or board meetings, things like that. Stephanie Saunders, NASBA's chair, and I presented at both regional meetings, the Eastern Regional meeting at the beginning of June and the Western Regional meeting at the end of June, what was interesting, again, as we're trying to bring people along, one of the concerns was that our presentation changed between the first week of June and the last week of June. That was simply because we were moving forward. We were making changes. We wanted to make sure that everybody had the most current information on what we were doing. And as this last bullet says, we continue to do outreach and collaboration. And I'll tell you that some of the things I'll talk about are as recent as Monday. I mean, it is moving that quickly, and things are continue to change. So a possible professional experience program, and that's kind of the title we're using at this time, because when we talked about a structured professional program, or SPP, people equated that to an education model, and we didn't want that. So we said, okay, first we have to rebrand what we're talking about so that people aren't confused about what we're talking. So one is developing common skills and competencies as a starting point. And in a few minutes, I'll talk about that. And then updating those skills and competencies on an as-needed basis going forward. The program has to be broadly constructed to allow flexibility, not only for public accounting firms, whether they're the international firms, the major firms, regional firms, or the small sole practitioner two partner firms. We wanted to make sure there was flexibility, but also flexibility to accommodate those who work in business and industry. So we're not only looking at size of the organization, but also public accounting and business and industry. And then we also talked about evaluation of the individual experience by a CPA evaluator. So does that person have the experience necessary to be a newly licensed CPA? And then flexibility on the time allowed to complete the program. You'll see in a moment, we call this 120 plus 1 plus 1, 120 hours being a bachelor's degree, 1 year in the professional experience program, and 1 year of general experience that every jurisdiction has today. What's interesting is that when we look at the program, we don't expect that 1 year to necessarily be done in 1 year. They have 2 years of experience. It isn't like you have to have 1 year, 12 months of defined, you got to do this in that 12 months. Instead, it's over the course of your working in a public accounting firm or a business industry, have you met these competencies? Many times, if you're in public accounting, you have to have busy seasons, and you may not be able to get that structure, that input you need during that busiest time of year. So it might take you longer than 12 months. And it's not that it's a ceiling, it's a floor, and it can be accommodated to the individual as they move forward. So this is really the definition of where we are today. And this is that same slide you saw earlier, except where the red arrow is, it talks about this professional experience program. So the Uniform Accountancy Act potentially would include both pathways that exist today, as well as another equivalent pathway. And I think that's the important thing to know, is that it's not structured around 150 hours of education. It's structured around a baccalaureate degree with an accounting concentration. And then again, having some structure around a year's worth of experience, and then a second year of general experience. So one of the interesting things is that we're trying to identify the common skills and competencies that a newly licensed CPA would use. And I mentioned earlier, we had in an earlier presentation at the Executive Directors Conference used that model curriculum. That has gone on the shelf because that did add confusion, so we've gotten rid of that. So this joint work group is really considering how best to develop that set of skills and competencies. So here's a couple thoughts of where we are today. One is to use the AICPA foundational competencies, and these are available online. I will tell you that depending on what your source is, there's a 2018 version and a 2022 version. We're looking at the 2022 version of those, and they include technical competencies, things like risk assessment, measurement and reporting and research, organizational competencies, including strategic management, performance management, and resource management, and then leadership competencies or skills, including ethical behavior, critical thinking, collaboration, and communication. So that's one possible source. Another is to look at existing experiential learning models. And we've been able to look at some redacted materials that are being used currently in experiential learning models. And again, I think it's consistent with where the Professional Licensure Task Force, as well as this joint work group, are right now with their thoughts about how we would move forward. So the program really focused on completing the list of skills and competencies in a framework. And we have two sub-work groups right now. One is focused on developing competencies, the other on the framework or the standards by which the program would operate. It would mean amending the Uniform Accountancy Act, and I'll speak to that in a second, the timeline, amending substantial equivalency provisions with a prospective date. Right now, there's a provision in the Uniform Accountancy Act that says that an individual can be assessed if they come from a non-substantially equivalent state if they meet the requirements by January 1st, 2012. Well, that date was placed in there as states were moving to adopt the 150-hour requirement. So we believe that by amending that to July 1st, 2030, we then accommodate those who adopt the additional pathway early and maintain mobility in substantial equivalency for those jurisdictions. Issue an exposure draft for public comment and assess those comments, and then again approve the changes to the Uniform Accountancy Act and the model rules, amend the exposure and re-expose for additional public comment, or table any action going forward. I would suggest that not only Cal CPA and the California Board of Accounts are interested in this, but so is every state society and Board of Accounts around the country. So I can't imagine we're going to table this. We will probably be taking some action in the future. So let me just give you, I guess, an update on what we're looking at, what we're proposing. In the Uniform Accountancy Act, we define education today, broadly, that you need 150 hours to sit for the CPA examination. That was never modified to accommodate the current model of SIT 120. You sit with a baccalaureate degree in your accounting hours, business hours, and then get your 150 hours for licensure. And so what we're looking at is splitting that education piece in two components. One would be 120 hours in an accounting concentration to sit for the examination. And as I mentioned, all but two jurisdictions do that today. Only two jurisdictions require 50 hours to sit. And then the second piece would be the education required for licensure. And they would basically define those pathways I just showed you. One would be a baccalaureate degree in 150 hours, as exists today. The other would be 120 plus 1 year of this professional experience program and 1 year of general experience. The other thing we would do is, as I mentioned, modify that substantial equivalency language to a prospective date going forward to accommodate jurisdictions that are early adopters of a pathway. And then I mentioned that earlier this week, we were also talking about some additional changes to Section 23. And the one change really came about a number of state society executives around the country were trying to put together an automatic mobility is the term being used, but an automatic mobility provision. And so we looked at that language and we reworked that to be consistent with the Uniform Accountancy Act. And it had the language we saw had a lot of language in it that wasn't necessary because it was already included in the Uniform Accountancy Act. But what that provision that we're working on now, and it'll be discussed soon, would require a bachelor's degree in an accounting concentration. It would require 4 years of experience in passing the CPA exam. So that would accommodate anybody who has been licensed for 4 or more years to practice automatically under mobility to maintain that mobility. And you may say, well, why 4 years? And there's a couple of reasons. One, there's been concern expressed by some stakeholders that 1 year of experience is not enough for folks to go out and practice across state lines. And the second reason is that in the Uniform Accountancy Act today, there's a provision for a reciprocal license that says that if you have 4 years of experience in the last 10 years, you can get a license in a jurisdiction. And what that accommodates is it ignores any minor deficiencies in the education, in the experience components when somebody gets licensed in another jurisdiction. So we're, looking at that hard, and the timeline is this. Semi-annually, the AICPA and NASBA's leadership, and that's board leadership as well as senior management of both organizations meet on a semi-annual basis. There's actually a meeting next week where we'll be talking about where we are with this joint work group. In addition, the Joint Uniform Accountancy Act Committee, made up of members from both the AICPA and NASBA, that joint committee be about 24, 26 people, will meet and discuss the draft language that NASBA and AICPA staff have drafted. Once we get through that review process by the UAA committee, both the board of the AICPA and the board of NASBA are committed to holding special meetings in August to discuss the language and possibly approve it for exposure. If approved, we expect the exposure draft to come out at the end of August or in early September for a 90-day exposure period. And you may say, why 90 versus 60? A number of boards of accountancy only meet on a quarterly basis. So we're hoping that by having this exposure draft out for 90 days, every board will have an opportunity to meet and review and discuss and hopefully provide feedback on it. If that goes forward, then we would have the responses back by late November, early December. And both boards have also indicated that they would be willing to hold special meetings at that time to assess and decide how to move forward. So potentially we could have some amendments to the UAA and the model rules as early as the end of this year. So with that update, I want to thank you for allowing me to come and present to you today. It's an interesting time in our profession and a lot of moving pieces right now. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the board? Ms. Batchelor?
Yes, hello, and thank you for the presentation. It was very thorough. Appreciate it. The question I have is for the CPA evaluator. What exactly is that person's role? I'm going to give you an example of what I mean. Say, for instance, it's a CFO or controller over an organization, and there's no one to sign off on their experience in-house. But that's the role of the CPA evaluator.
So yes, so right now the joint work group is working through those examples and we'll come up with solutions to that. We've had a similar example. What if the individual works for a sole proprietor, an individual? How do we accommodate them reaching those same skills and competencies? So that's one of the things that's being worked on right now. I will tell you, for example, I had Dominic's role with the New York State Board for Public Accountancy for 14 years up until 2012 when I joined NASBA. And one of the things that we often accommodated individuals from business industry was by having the accounting firm partner or the firm itself, someone at the firm, sending a letter to us identifying what types of work was being done by the internal staff of the client and whether they felt that they felt it met the requirements for licensure as a CPA. And you may not get that full year within 12 months, but that accumulated experience over time would get somebody to that 1 year requirement for licensure. So there are ways that it has been accommodated in the past by other jurisdictions.
Can you clarify for me help me understand the pathway where you have 120 plus one? You mentioned that one of the plus one is general work experience and the other one is accounting specific?
Yes. So right now, everyone has to have 150 hours of education and 1 year of general experience. What the ICP and NASBA joint work group is looking at is a professional experience program where it would define the skills and competencies that an individual needs. So you would still have that 1 year component, but you would have 1 year where you would have things like communications. Now, the other thing we're looking at is how do you define that? Because in public accounting, you may work in attestation, you might work in taxation, you might work in consulting. And if you're in business and industry, you may not do any of those things. So we're looking at how to define the competencies across those different pathways to licensure. And I imagine that's probably where we will end up is having multiple routes to get that 1 year of experience in that program. We're working on it. There was a meeting yesterday. I was on a plane. I didn't hear that one, so I got to read some notes and catch up on that. I think that was for the framework of the program, and there's an upcoming meeting of the other group that's working on those skills and competencies. And they're meeting at least on a biweekly basis now, so it's moving rather rapidly.
Anyone? Well, I would like to just clarify then on the competencies that are being developed. But how would you contrast that to what you'd mentioned that we have an A and a G, and the A requires 500 hours, but there are also 500 hours in specific tasks. So we have a thing called a Form E. Is there a comparison, or what would you say compare and contrast to the Form E tasks that are required versus the competencies?
I apologize. I haven't looked at your Form E,
but
what you've described sounds similar to what we're considering as work groups. The models I mentioned earlier, both in Oregon and Nevada, have some specificity to the types of experience they want someone to earn. In Oregon, they define a portfolio in very specific tasks depending on what you're doing. Nevada, with the gaming industry, was highly regulated. They too had some specifics that they wanted folks to have. So I'd imagine, if we were to compare your Form E to potentially where this group work comes out with respect to the attestation model, then it's probably going to be very similar.
I think the difference might be that we have that ours is more tasks. So plan an audit, perform an inventory observation, um, you know, reconcile cash. I can't remember them all myself, but I mean, they're very specific things that actually you could pull from a work program, an audit work program, and say, okay, you've done this as a first year staff, you've done this as a second year staff, but for the most part, you can't do some of them until you're at the senior level, because part of it is this, one of the tasks is supervision as well. So there are some, but these are more task-based things. Have you done that before? Yes. As opposed to competencies, which obviously is a lot easier to measure.
Right. Yeah, I don't believe they're going to go to the extent that what you described in your Form E. I think what there will be is general categories, and the example I saw had 6 categories: communications, research, things like that. And so then, and I didn't, again, it was redacted. I don't know all of it, but it potentially had then perhaps what you described as examples of how you get or you're measured to have that competency. That did you go through audit planning? Did you do financial statement construction, whether it's the statements or the notes, whatever. So I think it's at a higher, as you said, it's at a higher level than what the Form E says today.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions, Mr. Aguilar?
Thanks for coming out and giving us that presentation. Very helpful. Um, I'm wondering in terms of the competencies, if you all would consider a portfolio of competencies, and then you need, let's say there's 20 competencies and you have to have 12 of them, something like that. But those 12 would be based on your what you actually do on a day-to-day basis. So if you are in public accounting working on audits, there would be maybe 5 that are very specific to that. So you can use those 5. But then if there were some in that same scenario, but there were 5 on tax preparation, you wouldn't need to do those because they're not relevant to the work that you're doing right now. Maybe some basic tax, but you wouldn't have to complete those or demonstrate those qualifications. It's just a way to broaden it so that more people could fit in.
Thank you. It's a great point. And it's actually something we're talking about, that you potentially have some general competencies that would apply to anybody, whether you worked in attestation, tax, consulting, in an accounting firm, or if they worked in business and industry. And then you would develop specific competencies that then match that type of work that you're doing. So it's, again, trying to be flexible, trying to accommodate firms and businesses of all sizes to make sure that nobody's excluded from it. But it's a great point.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
At this point, though, do we have any public comment from anyone here in Sacramento?
I think I figured it out this time. So again, Ruben Davila with USC, and I am an accounting educator. Worked for the ICPA and NASBA and was on the education committee for NASBA. So one of the things is interesting, the comment that Dominic made earlier was that not everything's like California. The other thing that I learned by sitting on this board is everything's not like Los Angeles in the state of California. So UAA is a great attempt at setting a model act. So I have an attorney's license and a CPA license. I'm very proud of both. So model acts are used all the time, and they are modified to meet the needs of the consumers, the constituents of that particular jurisdiction. That's no different from the UAA. So I've listened to these presentations over the course of the years, and it's really hard to differentiate what the difference is between 120, 1 plus 1, and 120, and what's being proposed plus 2. So what you're asking, or what NASBA is asking you to do, and the ICPA, is having experience qualifies education. And in doing that, developing learning objectives for that, and then having somebody evaluate that is not an educator. There's a difference. Those things are different. I was talking to one of your board members earlier who expressed some interest in teaching, and one of the difficult things is writing an evaluation. So you're putting a staff member at a CPA firm or a private firm, and you're asking them to evaluate somebody's learning competencies. Do you honestly think somebody's going to come back and say, no, you're not there yet? Some people will, some people won't. So I want to echo the 120 plus 2 that your staff has come up with as a great example of something that works really well. How come I know it works really well? Because I was licensed that way. I looked at the 7 CPAs that were licensed on this board, and 6 of you were licensed under the old regime. One of them was, I think, in 2020. And I think the consumers have been protected very well with that. So I think when you talked about the mission of this board, it has to do with taking care of what happens in the state of California and our constituents. Mobility is important, and I was part of this. And the reason I'm here and drove up from Los Angeles is mobility is important. But the political climate under which it was done was difficult back when it was originally done back in 2010 to 2014. It was difficult work to cobble that together. And I think what you're looking at are attempts to conflate education and experience to save that model. It's time to rework the model. It's time to step it up so that it makes sense in the world today. California has always been viewed as a leader. I think it's really important for you to step up and do what is right. And in my opinion, calling experience education, it just doesn't make sense, especially if educators not involved. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moderator, could you please open up the lines to see if we have any public comment from WebEx?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. Okay, and let's move on now to, yes, sorry.
Before you move on, can I get a clarification?
Sure.
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. This may not be totally related, but it is. And being a public member, not a CPA, I want to clarify something. I heard Mr. Justin saying that having the A and G permits, it's only 2 states that has that type of permitting. So when, in terms of mobility, other states that do not have an A and G, if they have a CPA license in California, do we consider them a G license unless they can show that they did the 500 attestation work and then they can have an A license, or how does that work? Just because I'm not a CPA.
I let the executive officer handle that one.
Thank you. So I'll first take a step back. We don't have 2 licenses. Just to kind of make that part clear, we have 1 CPA license, but yes, there is a license with the individual who's completed the attest experience requirement. They are authorized to sign reports on the test engagement. Somebody who is completed the general accounting experience requirement can do all the work a CPA does, including working on audit engagements and doing all of those, doing all this. They just cannot sign the report on the test engagements. So to your other question, how do we treat inbound CPAs who might be providing attestation services to California headquartered clients or entities or clients in California? Within our Practice Act, within our mobility provisions, that code section, which is section 5095, which defines our attest experience, is embedded within our practice privileges. So if an individual comes here, they would still need to be able to, if asked and called upon, demonstrate that they met that experience requirement. And so if, say we had a complaint and during the course of investigation, we were looking at the signer of the audit or the attestation engagement, and we looked at that particular component and they couldn't satisfy that in some capacity, then that could be grounds for looking at it from an enforcement side as well in the entire package. So yes, they still have to meet that coming in. So we're not making it easier for inbound than those who service California clients in California.
That was a very good question. Thank you for asking that. And that was, I also added to the confusion by calling it a separate license. So now let's move on to item number D2, which we had talked about this before, but this is an overview of the activities that were completed to gather information for the CBA's consideration. Deanne Pierce, the Assistant Executive Officer.
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. So during the CBA's discussions at the May meeting and following the meeting, members had many questions and requested staff gather information for discussion at today's meeting. As President Rosenbaum mentioned, following the May meeting, staff began collecting information. We shared specific CBA member questions with stakeholders, researched other state initiatives, developed a survey, and conducted several town halls. Additionally, staff identified information that we felt could assist during CBA deliberations. This memo and its attachments reflect the information gathered. There is a lot of great information here, and before I go over it, I want to talk about the timeline of activities focusing on legislation, which will be the vehicle necessary to implement any decisions made by the board. As we have identified in the next two agenda items that Ms. Center will present on shortly, staff will develop a proposed statutory language based on the decisions that are made regarding mobility, substantial equivalency, and the minimum requirements for CPA licensure. Getting direction today from the CBA on a possible legislative proposal is important so staff can present statutory language for approval at the CBA's September meeting. The timing is critical, as following the meeting, it would provide staff the time necessary to discuss the proposal with the Department of Consumer Affairs, Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency, and the Governor's Office, in addition to working with stakeholders, meeting with the policy committees of the legislature, and most importantly, seek an author to carry the legislation. The bill introduction deadline is in February, so there will be time after the September meeting to continue discussions or make changes to any proposed legislative language. Further, there is opportunity once a bill is introduced to request amendments. The process can be long, but the benefit is that it provides opportunities to work collaboratively with stakeholders and legislative staff. Staff have done some foundational work on this issue as part of the CBA sunset review process. Specifically, we discussed the CPA pipeline issue with legislative staff. Okay, turning it back to the information before you, I want to mention that there is a variety of topics to cover, and my transition from topic to topic may not be as smooth as I'd like it to be, but I want to make sure I cover everything. So with that, let me start with the CPA Next survey, which is included as attachment 1. I think with any survey, you always have a concern regarding whether you'll get a sufficient number of responses, but with this survey, we had a great response. 20 minutes after we sent emails with the survey link, we had over 2,000 responses, and it grew from there to just over 7,900. And I'm not kidding, Michelle, Dominic, and I were in my office talking, and David, who's not here today, came in and was like, over 2,000 responses. And so we were all super excited. It's just, it was just a very, clearly surveys get us excited around here. So anyway, it was pretty cool. So the majority of responses were from CPAs licensed more than 3 years, but on page 2 of the memo, you can see the volume of responses received from the various audiences. Highlights from the survey reflect that most respondents agreed that a baccalaureate in accounting should fully meet the educational requirements for licensure. Nearly half of partners and hiring managers would prefer to hire someone with a baccalaureate and 2 years of experience. And partners and hiring firms indicated they would support the removal of the 150 semester unit requirement, even if it impacted a CPA's ability to obtain practice privilege rights in other states. Okay, the next topic is town halls. The CBA conducted 10 town hall meetings. These were held virtually and allowed an open forum for discussion. 3 of the town halls were with accounting firms, academia, and students or future CPAs, and 7 were with executive officers, directors, and staff of state boards of accountancy. First and foremost, all attendees were very appreciative of the CBA coordinating the meetings and for providing an opportunity to share information on behalf of themselves, their college or university, their firm, and their jurisdiction. 24 jurisdictions were represented. All the regional directors were invited and 4 were able to participate, including CBA member Nancy Corrigan, who's the Pacific Regional Director. On attachment 2, we have provided a summary of the discussions and outcomes from each town hall group. I wanted to highlight a few items that may stand out to members. From the state board town halls, we got a better understanding that individual state educational requirements are unique, making them more substantially equivalent than equivalent to each other. It was clear that mobility is valued and that states will continue to strive to make mobility work even if some states require less than 150 units. Specific to the CBA's proposed licensure framework, we received positive feedback, particularly on the simplicity of the requirements. And I have to repeat, one board liked our proposal more than what they were considering, and they plan to present ours for consideration at their next meeting. So I thought that was a huge kudos. Moving on to articles on the pipeline. We have included an article and a report regarding the CPA pipeline. The report, titled Redecoding the Decline, an updated CPA pipeline report, was prepared by the Illinois CPA Society, and an article from Inside Public Accounting that discusses the findings of a survey conducted by the Pennsylvania Institute of CPAs. Both of these provide information regarding pipeline changes. The next item I want to discuss is the AICPA presentation on mobility from the May meeting. There was a component of that presentation that the CBA didn't have an opportunity to discuss. During the presentation, we heard from Mr. Michael Decker discussing the pipeline, but the part we didn't get an opportunity to discuss related to questions posed by Marta Zanuski, Vice President of State Regulatory and Legislative Affairs from AICPA. She had planned to discuss mobility-related topics, which are included on page 4 of the memo. Ms. Center will be covering questions 1 through 4 in her presentation on the next agenda item, so I wanted to focus my remarks on questions 5 and 6. And please remember, the premise of this presentation was to preserve mobility in California. One of the topics, question 5, is whether temporary licensing is something the CBA would want to consider. As identified in the memo, this is not a realistic option. Temporary licensure is something that other regulatory boards offer in various circumstances, and many often are an interim step to obtaining full licensure. Temporary licensure comes with applications and fees and processing times similar to applying for any license type with the CBA. There are likely no options for immediate practice rights with a temporary license, and the license is only valid for a short term. For question 6, are there other options the board has not considered? The options being considered are responsive to CBA direction and cover a wide range of options here available in California. Okay, we're now at page 5 in the memo on the structured professional program. And there is information in the memo relating to this. However, Mr. Dustin just provided a pretty comprehensive overview of the Professional Licensure Task Force, a transition to the Professional Experience Program. So as staff haven't had an opportunity to kind of assess this new program, I'm going to skip over this portion of the memo. I do want to discuss the Structured Professional Program versus the Law Office Study Program. A comment was made regarding whether any successes from the Law Office Study Program that was identified in the National Pipeline Advisory Group Accounting Talent Pipeline Draft Report, holy cow, that's a mouthful, can be of assistance for the Structured Professional Program concept. The Law Office Study Program allows candidates to get a legal education by participating in a program of legal studies within a law office or a judge's chambers in lieu of receiving a Juris Doctorate degree. The program is 4 years and has study requirements, progress examination and reporting, and requirements for an individual supervisor. Completion of this program only qualifies the individual to take the California bar exam, and in reviewing the recent statistics, there are only a few individuals who pursue this route. This doesn't mean that it can't be of assistance for other training-based programs, and Mr. Dustin and the Professional Licensure Task Force may want to consider that as they continue exploring the Professional Experience Program. Sorry. Okay, moving on. The next piece of information provided is a letter from Bill Tracy, Executive Director of the Texas State Board of Public Accountancy. Mr. Tracy's letter, which is attachment 4, provides feedback regarding the proposed licensure framework and changes to mobility. The next topic is the experience requirement under CBA's staff developed proposed licensure framework. A question was posed requesting additional clarification on whether the experience requirement in the CBA's staff developed proposed licensure framework would have any parameters. In the proposed licensure framework, the experience requirement was not considered for any changes and is consistent with the current general accounting and attest experience requirements. The CBA could modify the experience requirements. However, as referenced in agenda item 2D4, The National Pipeline Advisory Group is expected to make recommendations related to the experience requirement, and the CBA may wish to wait until that work is complete to discuss whether to modify California's experience requirements. Okay, moving to education costs and CPA salary information, which starts on the bottom of page 6 and goes through page 7. The information on this really falls outside the board's authority, but we understand that this is a valuable component to the overall pipeline discussion. Education costs and salary information are set by those we have no regulatory influence over, and the ongoing discussion for changes may best be held by outside stakeholders, firms, etc. Having said that, I do want to highlight a few items. First, on education, California is unique in the options available to obtain education and varying cost associated with the education, starting as low as $46 per unit at community colleges, which sounds like a sales pitch, starting as low as $46. We have the largest system of higher education in the nation. On salaries, this was very interesting information regarding the difference in salary levels between CPAs and non-CPAs, and more importantly, the opportunity for salary growth as CPAs earn experience and seniority. You'll see the starting salary for entry-level CPAs is listed as $49,000 to $74,000 per year, and for a senior director, upwards of $190,000 per year. The next item focuses on what services can CPAs versus non-CPAs perform. The information on page 8 of this memo gives an overview of the various services, including those that are restricted to CPAs and some services restricted to only those CPAs who have a test authority. The CBA has a chart on its website with information on what services CPAs can perform and what licensure authority is needed. It can be found on the Consumer tab and was placed there based on a recommendation from the consideration of the CPA Experience Requirements Task Force. Moving to a question on how to meet the licensure requirements, information was requested on why a person would decide to choose a master's degree over a bachelor's degree and 30 semester units, or vice versa, in order to complete the 150 semester unit requirement. This question was actually discussed during the town hall with students, and cost was mentioned as a factor as the cost of getting additional units at a community college to meet the 150 was less expensive than a master's degree. And a couple students shared that they were advised the return on investment for obtaining a master's degree wasn't there. Those students in the town hall that were obtaining a master's degree were doing so because of a personal preference and not related to the licensure requirements. Okay, the next piece of information is on communications and outreach. CBA members expressed the importance of outreach at various stages of the educational process, starting as early as 8th grade and continuing through college. As you all know, the CBA's outreach has expanded significantly in the last few years, and reaching out to high schools is a newer concept that we are researching. We are very fortunate in that we aren't the only one trying to deliver messages. We have great collaborative relationships with NASBA, Cal CPA, colleges and universities, and other professional associations. We will continue our outreach efforts and keep members apprised of our goals and outcomes. The last item in the memo is information from NASBA, AICPA, and Cal CPA. Questions were submitted by members and staff shared those with NASBA, AICPA, and Cal CPA. Attached on attachment 6 is Cal CPA's responses to the questions that were applicable to their organization. The one piece of information that we were unable to get, which was a request for firm information, specifically firm size, number of CPAs, practice type, region, et cetera. We worked with Cal CPA and with Cameco to see if there was any data they may be able to provide from those they insure, but the data elements just didn't line up. But I do want to express my appreciation to Cal CPA for their assistance on this, and Rick Rosario from Cameco for meeting with us and for researching data options. So this was a large amount of information, but it was important to provide this so you can make decisions and give direction to staff on the next 2 agenda items. Specifically under agenda item 2D3, you will be asked to direct staff in drafting proposed legislative language to modernize mobility, and under agenda item 2D4 to direct staff in the drafting of proposed legislative language to address licensure requirement changes, both for consideration at the board's September meeting. That concludes my very long presentation. I will turn it back to President Rosenbaum, and I'm available, and Ms. Center is also available to answer questions that members may have.
Thank you very much for that rather comprehensive presentation. What questions or comments do we have from the board? Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you. I just wanted to add one piece of information. Certainly in my neck of the woods, Orange County, the Rancho Santiago Community College Board, there may be some conditions like a certain grade level, like a B or a C or average or something like that, but they offer $0 tuition. So you were giving a sale, I'm giving a
Oh,
better sale.
There was at least a couple years ago, maybe it still exists now, but you could get free community college for 2 years after, yeah, it's still in existence. So after graduation, you could get free 2 years, I think it was, of community college for those, at least for 2 years or for newly graduated students. So, yeah.
Ms. Tu.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment. I want to appreciate staff for putting that last May meeting comments from the board that was all over the board to a report that was very comprehensive and very easy to follow. So I just want to share my appreciation for that.
Yes, thank you. Any further comment? Yes, Ms. Salazar.
So again, I appreciate all the work that went into this. And I'm looking, when I read through the survey, one of the things, there are some takeaways which are nicely summarized, but there were also some inconsistencies. So I keyed in on a few things, and we never really know why people answer strings of questions the way they do. But I saw some things in here that maybe the question is to ask staff to respond to the thought process as to maybe what to do with this. So there were multiple questions. So I'm gonna throw out a few things that jumped out at me that just made me a little concerned about some of the responses. So question 25, when I read that, I saw that about 80% of the respondents believe that the 150 hours is the right amount or too little, which seems to support what we have today. And so we have a proposal to make a change, which would move away from something that, as I read this, 4 out of 5 thought was the right thing to do. So that was a weird, inconsistent response. In question number 27, when I looked at that, I saw it paraphrasing, it asked whether our current requirements are necessary. I saw that roughly 60% said it was necessary. So our current requirements. So again, we have proposals to move away. So this may just be messaging and awareness. It's an odd response. And then on question number 28, 60% of the respondents were concerned with the impact of removing 150 hours on practice privilege rights. So I got out my little calculator and said, well, if 2857 respondents were concerned out of a total of 7,921, that's a little bit north of 35%. So again, 1 in 3 is really concerned about the impact on practice privilege. And then the last comment, I'm giving you a lot and I'm so sorry, but I'm just going to poke the bear and ask questions. This is just an observation. I was really surprised that 39% of the educators in question 12 didn't believe the board should allow schools to set the coursework requirements for degree conferral at their institution. So there were just some responses in here that seemed to run counter to some of the other responses that seem supportive of change. So those were the things that jumped out at me. I don't know if there's a staff response. Maybe these are being aggregated in a way I'm not seeing, so I might only be seeing part of the responses. I would love thoughts about these.
So I'll begin and then let Ms. Pierce and Ms. Center fill in a little bit along the way. A couple of things to think about as we look at the survey. One is the considerable, or the limited time we had an opportunity to kind of develop one between the May meeting and getting information prepared for this meeting in advance. So apologies for, our end of how we developed the questions. We're not surveyists or statisticians or whatever that is that kind of deals with that. But I will say, when I reviewed the survey, I agree. You see some what could be perceived as inconsistencies, because you could ask a question in as much as, are today's requirements sufficient to support consumer protection? And the answer could be yes. But that doesn't mean when they answer the question later, can it be a baccalaureate in 2 years? And the answer can also from that same person be yes. So I think the inconsistencies could have something to do with, one, just not framing the questions in the best way, and also potentially just in the order of how we asked our questions can also lead towards, if we ask the 150 question first, but then follow it up with a baccalaureate degree next, they don't go back and change that prior answer. They're continuing on down the survey. So I think there's some of those issues that come just inherently with when staff are developing a survey, as well as just the answers can be yes to both questions along the way.
Right. If I can
I'm
also-
happy to try and answer some of those, but that was a lot at once. So I'm going to just take one example of an inconsistency that you might identify. And that was question, sorry, I have to go back and forth. I can't see your face. Now I can. I think you brought up question, was it 28? Yeah, and if we compare 28 with 8, right, you might say there is an inconsistency, right? But but there's additional information that maybe was not clear. Question 8 is actually worded differently than question 28, but it's also asked of different participants. So you will see that the total is 956, and this one's 4741. And then you made a comment earlier, can I just divide that by the 7,900? The answer is no, you cannot, because there were some questions that weren't appropriate to, I feel like I'm echoing. No? Okay. There were some questions that were not asked, for example, to students, right? So we'd not ask them that. So that's one piece of feedback. You can't really divide it by 7,900, which is unfortunate. And so when you look at these, you might think, oh, a large number of people skipped that item because it automatically says the word skipped at the top. It doesn't necessarily mean skipped. So that's a little bit of feedback. But the other one is question 8 was asked of hiring supervisors, and question 28 was asked for CPAs that had 3 or more years of experience. So that's one piece of difference. And I also think that, going back to what Dominic said, you can say that you are concerned about something, but also support doing it, right? And so that's one piece of feedback. The other thing is, one of the reasons that we intentionally did not just do a survey is because the information you get from a survey is very limited, right? You get a large number of it, but then you want to ask these questions, but why? Right? Was that because you don't think we should go to a bachelor's degree, or what was the reasoning for the answer? And you cannot do that in a survey. So that's why we coupled it with the town halls that we did. And we feel like the best approach is really to look at all of that in a more holistic, because we were able to dive in those town hall conversations to ask why when we receive feedback. One of the things that you asked was about faculty and their programs. I can't remember which question. You would know, Katrina, off the top of your head.
Be question 12.
Question 12. So I can't tell you what the individuals said or were thinking in response to 12, but I can tell you about the conversation I had with faculty in the town hall, which I think might go towards this. Is some of you that are familiar with kind of surveys
they do. I come from an education background. And so there's a phenomenon in education where 100% of the time, parents tell you that their schools are awesome. But guess what? They have a strong concern about the education system in our state. Okay. And that's a little bit of what we heard from the faculty. Their programs are awesome. I just don't know about everyone else's program.
Thank you.
If I could also
Yes,
just
Ms. Stone.
echo what Ms. Salazar was saying in that, well, first of all, I thank staff for, again, putting together all this data, running with the town halls, producing the survey, collecting all that information. It's a lot of man hours. I like the color that the surveys provide, but I think I agree with Ms. Salazar in that it is somewhat misleading when you're trying to compare responses between questions because of the number of skipped responses versus like something, question 12, only 87 answered. So, 87 out of 100 would be meaningful versus 87 out of 9,000. And, you sort of take that in the context of, I know we're not data scientists here, but how many of those questions are statistically significant in terms of looking at it? Again, it's important for color reasons, but in terms of being able to draw conclusions, I think we as a board should be aware that maybe not all the the answers that we're receiving can be compared across different questions of different audiences.
On that train of thought, I just want to ask Ms. Senator a quick follow-up on the skipped. It doesn't mean that like 9,000 people skipped the question. That's just how SurveyMonkey captured it. It could have been simply, if depending on how they answered their opening question, they get put into a different bucket. So that was not maybe skipped by everybody who fell into that bucket, just every 5,000 people didn't even get that question in that particular way.
I mean, I want to just acknowledge this, the display of how it is in here is not ideal, right? I completely recognize that. We should have been able to provide you with information that question 12 was only given to faculty, right? And you can't readily see that on what we provided. And so I apologize for that. That was just us trying to get materials out to you as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Yeah, just in response to Ms. Dong, in the future, if we could have maybe kind of a preface to the parameters that were used in the survey, just so we have that knowledge, I think would be helpful. So very good point. And I just wanted to call out I think it's, oh, I lost my page. It was the redecoding, where is it? The redecoding the decline report included from, I believe it was the Illinois Society of CPAs or something, if I'm not speaking that correctly. But in that, the main point was that the 150-hour requirement was less of a concern. So that just kind of echoes Ms. Salazar's call out that maybe we aren't focusing on the right thing. It was surprising to see that. But yeah, that was my thought too. Like, is this big discussion, are we focusing in the right area? Is just the thought that I had from those results and what Ms. Salazar pointed out.
If you have a comment, please.
I would say I would just point to the information that was provided in item 4. If our intent was to modify requirements just to get more people, then I think that is a message that unfortunately members heard, and that is really not appropriate. The board needs to be looking at what is the right thing to do for our consumers in California. And I think that is explicitly stated in item 4. And this is under the pipeline because it is the pipeline that caused us to do this review. Looking at our numbers was a good reason to engage in the review of our requirements. But we're not about changing our requirements just to get more numbers in. And so just to make that distinction, I think is important.
Okay, thank you. Anything further on that, on this presentation of the activities to gather information? If not, do we have any public comment on this part of the presentation?
Good afternoon, Denise Frumin, Cal CPA. And I just wanted to punctuate and thank you, both the board and the staff, for the outreach that you did and for being engaged in the process and honestly showing up. And as we just talked about, it was from a qualitative and a quantitative standpoint, right? So survey quantitative and then the outreach with focus groups, with the town halls, and also with your participation on the California Board of Accountancy, the pipeline group that we have. So through all of that, it's right, it's one data point looking at the market and everything, but so important that just the outreach that you did and the voices that you heard both from a national level and a state level. So we appreciate that. Any other collaboration, we are up for the job. And also we will have other comments as you go through the conversation, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate those comments and do appreciate the collaboration. And of course, that is important going forward at all levels. Moderator, could you please open up the lines to see if we have any public comment via those attending WebEx?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment. Would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so now as we have, I believe, made clear, the next two items that our Chief of Licensing Division, Michelle Center, will present, both of which there will be a call for action. So please be mindful of that we will be looking for us to take some action at the conclusion of these presentations. The first one, item number D3 on the agenda, is discussion and possible action related to mobility and substantial equivalency. So Ms. Carter, take it away.
Okay, you almost gave me a new title and then you gave me a new name, President Rosenbaum. It's okay. I thought if I got a new title, it might be something snazzy, guru in licensing. So the purpose of this item is to seek action by the board that will direct staff in drafting proposed legislative language to modernize mobility for consideration at the board's September meeting. Before I begin, I think it's important to start by defining mobility. As described on page 2 of the agenda item, mobility provides a licensed CPA the ability to practice public accounting in another state without the need to obtain licensure in that state. The concept of mobility differs from the concept of reciprocity. Reciprocity, results in a licensee obtaining another CPA license based on a CPA license obtained in a different state. So in this agenda item, we're only going to talk about mobility, not reciprocity. So I'm asking for 2 specific actions from this board. The first is we ask the board to approve the Support Mobility Sure CPA initiative. That initiative was presented at the last meeting. The wording can be found on page 2 of the agenda item. Second, we ask the board to approve how they want to modernize mobility in the proposed legislative language. To assist the board in making this decision, we have provided 4 options, and they begin on page 8 of the agenda item. They include, number 1, automatic mobility, 2, hybrid, 3, hybrid with safe harbor, and 4, status quo. So we're going to start by looking at why the Support Mobility Initiative is important. Please turn your attention to the CPA Next Mobility infographic, which David's not here to take credit for that snazzy new infographic. but that's attachment 1 in your item. This infographic describes approaches to mobility and why it is important to modernize it, namely to 1, allow states to implement education and experience requirements that are best for them, refocus attention back on the CPA exam as the anchor of equivalency, and to trust in other states' licensure decisions. The end goal of modernizing mobility is to have an evergreen approach that could withstand changes to licensure requirements. How California might propose to go about that modernization is the second action before you today. In this item, staff provided some details on mobility conversations that are happening nationally in response to individual states taking action to revise their licensure requirements. These actions by individual states have been portrayed as breaking mobility. Based on conversations with staff at other state boards of accountancy, this seems like an overly simplistic interpretation of what will occur as states implement new licensure requirements. While many states use some form of substantial equivalency to make mobility determination, how and who makes the determination of what is needed to be considered substantially equivalent is different across states. This means it is easier for some states to modernize mobility than it is for others. So I'm going to take an example. We're going to talk about Washington and Texas. Both of those states rely on substantial equivalency, but it's easier for Washington than it is for Texas to be responsive to changes in licensure requirements that might occur in other states. This is because the Washington Board of Accountancy makes determinations on what is considered substantial equivalent, whereas in Texas, there is a legislative requirement for 150 units to be substantially equivalent. So that's why sometimes we see these maps of the large number of states that rely on substantial equivalency. Yes, that is true, but it isn't really representative of how difficult it might be for them to be responsive to what another state might do in terms of licensure requirements. I want to highlight some actions taken by states to change their licensure or mobility requirements. They can be found starting on page 6 of your item. The first is Arizona. So it is looking to seek legislation for a licensure pathway that would include a bachelor's degree and 2 years of experience. Next is Arkansas. They have already approved a licensure pathway that requires a baccalaureate degree, 30 upper level units, and 2 years of experience. That approved pathway is now with their governor for approval. Staff recently received an update from the Oregon Board of Accountancy. They plan to bring draft legislative language for board approval in September. The draft would add a pathway to licensure for those with a bachelor's degree and 2 years of experience. The draft legislation will decrease their dependency on the substantial equivalency definition and incorporate an automatic mobility option with safeguards. This is the safeguard is to address if states were to adopt significantly lower licensure requirements. The South Carolina Association of CPAs has proposed legislative changes that would provide the South Carolina Board of Accountancy authority to make determinations on substantial equivalency. Discussions continue in South Carolina regarding alternative ways to meet the 30-unit requirement. Washington replaced specific legislative language regarding mobility requirements with a determination of substantial equivalency by the Washington State Board of Accountancy. We also recently heard from the Utah Accountancy Board. It's discussing their licensure requirements and mobility. And the most recent individual we've heard from is Florida. In mid-July, the Florida Board of Accountancy had a working session at which they heard information on licensure requirements and mobility. At those types of sessions, the board doesn't get to take formal action or vote. That said, the Florida board came to a general consensus that it would support a 120+2 model. They expressed a concern with SPP and indicated they would be okay with exploring a safe harbor as a means of preserving mobility right now. Staff also heard that the Florida board reviewed the California model and made positive comments about the model. The Florida legislative session doesn't begin until March 2025, so they have a little bit of time to kind of watch how things unfold. So as I mentioned, we have provided 4 options that begin on page 8 for your consideration on how to go about modernizing mobility. As I go through these options, it's important to remember that the action before you is in regards to how we draft legislative language for September. Getting a decision today is a necessary step so that staff can focus their attention on a single option and making it the best it can be via the drafting of legislative language. The decision today does not prohibit the board from taking future actions that might make adjustments to the language or take it in another direction in response to additional information. So option 1 is the automatic mobility option, which is the most evergreen of the options and is a staff recommendation. Staff are comfortable making this recommendation for 2 reasons. The first is because we already have an automatic mobility option for licensees who have practiced 4 of the last 10 years, which most likely applies to many of the licensees already using practice privilege in California, though we do not collect that data. The second reason is because of the various safeguards that exist in California, and that would continue to exist if this option were implemented. Specifically, the board already requires pre and post notification for individuals with certain disqualifying conditions, and that CPAs be under the jurisdiction and authority of this board. The board's authority related to practice privilege also provides safeguards. For example, the board can revoke and suspend a practice privilege. The board, through a vote, can remove no notice mobility for all licensees of a state the board determines would pose a risk to consumers. If this option were implemented, CPAs in other states would automatically have practice privilege rights in California, subject to the safeguards I previously mentioned. Option 2 is the hybrid approach to mobility and is most like how we currently operate. This option keeps mobility automatic for those that qualify using the 4 of 10 rule and provides a broad definition of substantial equivalency for those that don't qualify under the 4 of 10 rule. Currently, staff propose defining substantial equivalency for this option as a bachelor's degree, minimum of 1 year of experience, and passing of the CPA exam. While this approach takes a step toward creating a more evergreen approach to mobility, it is not as evergreen as automatic mobility. Given the national conversations occurring regarding competency-based licensure, there could be changes several years from now that do not lend themselves to the definition I just provided. So option 3. I know you all look thrilled about these options. Option 3, hybrid and safe harbor. This takes the hybrid approach that I just explained in option 2, but adds a safe harbor clause so that the board has time to redetermine substantial equivalency for states given the modified definitions of substantial equivalency used in this option. So in other words, if we change our definition and we know, as I've discussed, states are modifying their requirements or discussing doing so, we might need time to go back and look at what states we would determine to be substantially equivalent. Option 4, that's the status quo. This option does not make any changes to mobility in California. If the board were to take this option, staff would propose a future agenda item to discuss next steps regarding changes to licensure requirements that are being made in other states and how those impact and how that impacts our list of substantial equivalency states in California, in which currently includes all. So please note, the board may act on this item related to mobility independent of modifying its licensure requirements, and that's going to be discussed in the next item. In closing, staff recommend the board adopt the Support Mobility Sure CPA project initiative. Again, that's on page 2, and that you direct staff to start drafting proposed legislative language for consideration at the September board meeting that incorporates option 1, automatic mobility. That concludes my presentation. I'll turn it back over to President Rosenbaum.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll open it up to see if any comments or questions from the board. Ms. Chu?
Is, Ms. Center, thank you for the presentation. Substantial equivalent throughout your report is equal to what the, is it a, yes, that's defined by them? Or is that a separate for California?
So states may define substantial equivalency. And in California, we do not use NASBA's list of substantially equivalent states. Some states do that. Other states rely solely on NASBA's list. But in California, we have identified states that are substantially equivalent, and that's in CCR 10, 5, 5.5. Thank you.
So
It
in
adds
this
up to
discussion, we are talking about the California substantial. Okay.
correct. We are talking about California.
Ms. Chu?
Thank you, President Rosenbaum.
I need
Uh,
a seating chart.
Thank you, Ms. Center. Just to clarify, so for option 1, the 4 of 10 rule would no longer apply. So if they have a CPA license in any other state, they would get the automatic mobility. Is that correct?
That is currently what is proposed for automatic mobility, of course. Like I said earlier, this is about starting the drafting of regulatory language. So we're open to comments, but yes, it would remove that and be open to anyone who has a license in another state.
Okay, and what gives staff the confidence that with the removal of that 4 of 10, that we could just completely trust the licensure requirements in the other states?
Okay, let me clarify something because I think there might be a miscommunication. So right now, mobility does not rely on 4 of 10. 4 of 10 is one option for practice privilege here in California, and it is the option that does not require substantial equivalency. There are 2 other options available in California currently. Both of those are related to substantial equivalency. One is a determination that the state is substantially equivalent to California's requirements, and the other is that the individual licensee has shown substantially equivalent obtainment of our requirements. So currently we have 3 pathways, if you will, to getting practice privilege rights here in California. That's why I call us a hybrid state, because one of those is automatic and 2 of those is based on substantial equivalency. The recommendation under option 1 is that we remove the substantial equivalency and go with automatic mobility. And that is particularly because of the safeguards that we have in California. If we did not have those safeguards that we already have and the ability to add more if we want to, we would not be comfortable making that recommendation to you.
Mr. Franzella?
And just to add on to Ms. Center's comment a little bit, and reason why staff have maybe are more comfortable with automatic mobility, or this concept that exists in about 4 other states, that CPA equals CPA, which is kind of what automatic mobility has been built off of, is mobility right now is heavily tied to the licensure requirements, and that's just entry in. I think the bigger component the board should be concerned about, and what California has been concerned about, and when we evaluated practice privilege for its permanency, before it used to have a sunset date in it, our mobility provisions, and before we could get them out, we had to go through a very rigorous process working with NASBA to not really just look at their licensure requirements, because that's just getting in. The bigger issue is, are they continuing to be regulated? Do they have proper enforcement programs? Do they take action when necessary? And so we went through a state by state kind of look at all of that for the states to make sure we have that comfort level, and we continue to have that particular element built into our program. And I think that's what gives us that comfort level. And as Ms. Center had said, if the board were to select this option, we would go diving back into all of the mobility provisions to make sure there isn't anything that doesn't make sense to get updated. Are there new pre and post notification requirements that might make more sense to increase the consumer protection? Could the board, should the board consider adding to its list of options for removing the no notice, no fee requirement to include potential licensure related issues where there's a concern that licensure could be a process, but maybe decoupling, and I think it's a term that Cal Society used in their paper, was getting mobility tied away from licensure so that when states make changes, it doesn't have this snowball effect that we're kind of experiencing now.
Ms. Thompson?
Sorry to beat this up, but can we walk through an example? Because I just want to make sure I'm understanding and interpreting this correctly. So currently in California, to get licensed, you have to have a minimum of 150 units. Oregon, let's say Oregon passes their change to a licensure requirement and they go to 120 units and 2 years of experience. Can that Oregon licensed CPA then move to California and practice as a CPA in California under the current California 150 requirement?
I'm going to try to work through that a little bit. So if Oregon moves to that requirement and say you continue to tie substantial equivalency to that particular state, in essence, for a period of time, absolutely, because we have a regulatory section that says, irrespective of what Oregon has just done, they're on our list of substantially equivalent states. Let's just pull that out. Anybody who's been operating in Oregon or who has an active license for 4 of the past 10 years, regardless of the 120, let's just put it this way, they could have had an associate's degree requirement for some of those people who were licensed here. Because in California, prior to us adopting the 120 and the 150, we had 5 pathways to licensure, some of which didn't require a degree at all. Those people who've been operating for 4 of the past 10 years would have automatic mobility without any concern to Oregon's licensure requirements under existing law today.
Mr. Aguilera?
Thanks for your hard work. I appreciate you summarizing it for us, giving us the background, summarizing it. And this just strikes me. So this is more of a comment than a question. It strikes me that, like we were talking in the previous topic with education, we rely on the educators, on the experience, rely on the CPAs. Here, in this case, we would then rely more on the state societies. You know, they know what it takes to license a CPA, and so good enough for them, good enough for us. It seems like, do I have that right? It seems like if the experts agree that they meet the requirements, then we accept that and monitor after that, maybe. Is this the same thing or similar to how with the experience requirement, instead of if we reduce to just the bachelor's degree, we can take advantage of the fact that CPAs can tell us about other CPAs' work and that their experience is sufficient for them to be a CPA.
So yes, the logic, I think the logic is consistent with what we are doing in the framework for the licensure requirements. Trust to the experts to develop the exam, trust to the educators to educate and develop appropriate curriculum and courses, and trust to the licensees to provide the whatever the defined experience ends up being, but to perform that experiential kind of overview. In this case, and I think it's on the flyer, it talks about trust in the state's licensing decisions. But as we say that, as Ms. Center has talked about, there are a number of safeguards in California's program that give us that level of trust. There's 4 states who operate under this CPA equals CPA, and in speaking with all of them, none of them have a problem. They haven't experienced problems. There is the kind of what's the lowest common denominator and what happens if a state goes to high school degree or goes to deregulation. As long as as the board has the appropriate safeguards in place, and again, we'll continue to examine those and see if additional ones should be considered. I believe the board has a very strong structure, even more so than the 4 states who are in the CPA equals CPA. We have a more structured program to absorb some of those concerns if a state were to kind of go off the rails, and kind of go down that path. I think the board is well insulated to help and protect consumers when it's all said and done, in going that particular route. So, and again, as Ms. Sinner said, if the board picks automatic mobility today, as we go through that process, an iterative process, if we find something that might make us pause and we want to add a little bit something more to it, or if there's more dialogue and uniformity that happens during the UAA that adds a little element to it, and this board wants to do that, these are all give us that starting point. And starting at the bigger box than a more narrow box, I think from staff's perspective is a better course, because we can more narrow than it is easier to continue to open up and open up and open up.
Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you. Is it is concerning that there's that I think 54 or 55 other jurisdictions, and that someone could come from, I don't know, I'm not going to say any jurisdiction X that has, to use the the ridiculous, whatever the Latin is for that. If jurisdiction X says all of a sudden you just need a high school diploma and you can be a CPA, and seems like people might go to jurisdiction X, get their CPA license certificate, and come to California and open an office in Beverly Hills. And I don't. It seems like we're letting loose too much. That's with that, and I'd like a explanation as to why I'm wrong.
So you want me to explain why he's not wrong? Is that how he ended the comment? I was going to take the comment, and now it makes me nervous. But I think that we already have a safeguard in place for that. That doesn't mean we can't strengthen it. And the safeguard is that we can make a decision that a state, because of their decisions, has now done something that poses a risk to consumers. And so we can back out of that automatic mobility. But you, as a board, can talk about other safeguards. So for example, if you want one of the safeguards to be that you have to have a bachelor's degree, if a state has pathways that don't at least include that, then automatic mobility is out, or you have to at least pass the exam. We can still do that in a way that is automatic mobility without having to go through a process to do substantial equivalency. So if those are the types of things that we're talking about when we're talking about safeguards. If we're okay with the concept of automatic mobility, then let's start down that road, and let's continue to build on the safeguards that make us comfortable.
Yes, you want to add a comment?
And I think Ms. Center did an excellent job on that. But I wanted to address your example. An individual can't do that. For one, under mobility, you can't open up a shop in California under a mobility provision. And two, we have reciprocity in order to minimize state shopping in terms of trying to find the least restrictive kind of state. If you go and do that, you're going to have been licensed there for the past 10 years and demonstrate longer term, at least, ability to keep an active license before you can come and apply in California and seek licensure under that. And again, as Ms. Center said, there could be other safeguards and ways to address those. But I think, to her point, you can start bigger and then add some safeguards along the way if the board wants to add an element here and there. But under that scenario, the individual can't come here. So
Ms. Batchelor.
What I have to say is not really a question, it's just a statement. There's other license, like maybe like we'll use, for example, an RN. And so in that particular profession, you have travelers. And so during the pandemic, California was hit pretty hard because there's so many people. And I do know of travelers because several of them are my tax clients. They came to California to help out because the nurses that we had here that are licensed were swamped. They just can handle that load. So basically, California Board of Registered Nursing says we trust the other states to train these people to come in and help with this particular situation, which was the pandemic at the time. But it's just not limited to the pandemic. Those travelers, those states have trained, and schools have trained these individual people in order to do the job properly to help sustain and save human life. Now, another example that was in the reading material was driver's license. It said that, we'll say, like, my family is from a little town called Tallulah, Louisiana. And if you're driving down the I-20, if you blink, you're going to pass it. So therefore, they have roads and different things like that where if those people come to California, do they have, now our traffic congestion and rules, regulations for the highway patrol is, it's just overwhelming. And a lot of them, once some of the people in my family get here, they'll say, wow, I'm not going to drive here. But they do have the right to drive on our highways. So we have to trust the process that those license can handle what California has to offer. So me personally, I think the first option is doable. I had a brother-in-law that passed away a month ago, and he had open heart surgery. It was a very technical procedure where they needed a special pump to put in his left ventricle. The hospital told my sister, we don't have anyone here that's qualified to do this particular procedure. They flew in a doctor from New York to come in here and do that particular procedure. So should we trust the process? I'm saying, with the other states, who says that California is the supreme being in terms of, I know California doesn't conform to a lot of things because I hear that in the tax seminars. They'll say, the Fed says they authorize this particular thing on, let's say, a 1031 exchange. California doesn't conform. And when they say California doesn't conform, we all laugh because there's a lot of things that California doesn't conform to. But I think the other states have done their job in terms of training individuals. Who are we to say that they haven't? And I think we should trust the process. I actually do. That's just my opinion.
Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Dong.
Just maybe a clarifying question, because in the post-pandemic world where going into work is almost a thing of the past, it's hybrid, it's remote, all that. Do you have to be physically resident in California to practice as a CPA? Or can you be in Oklahoma and have a license in California?
yeah, it's funny, we just had a survey kind of come through, or an informal one with the executive directors, looking at what states have any residency requirements. And I would say the vast majority don't have residency requirements for licensure. So you can have a license in Oklahoma, or you can live in Oklahoma but be licensed in California. And again, mobility is not really for that person because the idea is not to have that license in order to operate here with under certain circumstances. But in this post-pandemic kind of environment, people don't need a license in order, or live in that state in order to have that license.
So I think one way to think about that is have we reached out to smaller CPA firms to see how this might affect their business models? If, they're currently located in California, they have 5 CPAs, some EAs working from them, and now it's easy for a consumer to hire someone from a lower cost state. Would that put that smaller firm out of business? Whether or not that's a concern of the CPA, I don't know, but the idea is that we're protecting all consumers in the state of California, including smaller CPA firms.
To kind of answer that, what we're saying in automatic mobility doesn't actually, that exists today. So that the model that you're kind of speaking to, because mobility is every state is kind of operating in this ecosystem of cross-border practice that exists today. So this is kind of preserving that kind of, with the automatic one is trying to look as long-term as possible to keep that system in place without having to come back to the board on a, depending on a regular basis if other states are making changes or doing certain things that affect the mobility provisions.
Yeah, I would say that the argument actually is the other way around, is that we're not really trying to prohibit people from coming. It's actually allowing. Ms. Tu.
Thank you. To add to your discussion, it's just as a consumer, I wouldn't do something of the example you provided because as Ms. Batchelor mentioned, I would want to have a CPA that know California's tax laws and so forth because it's much more complicated and convoluted, I would imagine. Again, I'm not a practicing CPA, so I don't know. But as a consumer, I would not, despite penny wise and pound foolish, if I hire somebody from the Midwest that may not know laws.
Sorry, Ms. Lau.
That's okay. I think all of the board member comments and thoughts were very poignant, and I think I'm to the point where I would like to make a motion.
Please do.
Okay. I would like to adopt staff's recommendation on page 10. Do I need to read it? Okay. So I'll make that motion.
Okay, thanks. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Do we have any other further discussion, Ms. Salazar?
I'm just gonna be a little difficult to be inclusive for those listening. That is the option number 1, automatic mobility staff recommendation. If you don't have the page numbers up, I know sometimes I struggle with page numbers, so just clarifying.
Thank you. It's page number 10. Okay. Do we have any public comment from those in Sacramento?
We're coming again. It's okay. So I just wanted to thank you for allowing us to include our letter in the packet of information. So thank you for that. It was a bit tight with the timing, so I'm sorry that it was short there. We tried to gather as much feedback as we could and get the kind of approval of our CPAG, and so that's why the timing was tight. So thank you for that. I just wanted to say that we agree with the motion that is put forward, and that as Dominic said, you're building really a framework, a big box, and then you're looking at what inputs come down the line in the next 6 months, looking at those inputs as Michelle, as you had said, states are moving forward. So what are they looking at and how do we coalesce together? Dan had said also that nationally, AICPA, NASBA working together. So how do we include those inputs as well? So it's not by any means done. It's just continuing to move the can, so to speak, down the line here and make sure that, we all coalesce together or stronger together. So thank you.
Thank you.
Jason Fox, Cal CPA, and just I agree with everything Denise just outlined, and I'll just kind of underscore a couple of things. And, as Dominic noted, I think it's really important at minimum the board definitely address and modernize the mobility provision, because that does give you a little flexibility as states progress, including California, on looking at alternative pathways to licensure, which would be the next agenda item. Again, on option one, which the staff has kind of recommended, I think from our perspective, that's the simplest, it's most sustainable, evergreen, offers a lot of efficiencies and clarity for CPAs moving, whether to California CPAs or outside CPAs, and then from a staff and consumer protection standpoint. On the mobility question, the idea behind mobility is about how CPAs can better serve their clients and their client interests across state borders. And so a lot of the small practitioners value that there's an interstate practice system, because you may be working with a small business that has a presence in California and Oregon and Nevada, and that allows you to better serve that client without having to go through this regulatory process. So that was kind of the thought process around building that. And as we look at modernizing it, that's why we want to preserve that system, because it's worked so well. And so I think looking at the automatic mobility is a smart way to kind of approach that. There's embedded consumer protection pieces that have been there for well over a decade when we adopted mobility here in California. And that gives the board a lot of levers to pull if there are concerns with the state. And I think it's a smart way to re-explore that and make sure there's licensing components. Should that be another lever that's kind of at the board's disposal, should you want to do that down the road? And I would say, when you think about when you create the regulations around this, it's you don't want to regulate to the extremes of the theoretical. I think we do have to have some level of trust in the system that has been working from a mobility standpoint. And so again, this is a approach that Denise noted that keeps California well positioned to protect that system. You're giving board direction to kind of develop something. And as the national conversation continues to progress and other options materialize, it gives you the flexibility to incorporate that as appropriate. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the letter, and thank you for the continued cooperation and collaboration with Cal CPA. Moderator, will you open up the lines to see if we have any public comment for those participating via WebEx?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment. Would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, please. Thank you. Before we take the vote, I might just note that I think given the situation, the place where we are today, given that mobility has and is working, together with these safeguards that are already in place and others that could be in place, this might be the ideal time to adopt something like automatic mobility. Having said that, Ms. Reed, can we take the vote?
Ian Tu,
Yes.
Teresa Thompson,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Christian Lauda,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson,
No.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines. Yes. Nancy Dong,
Yes.
Patricia Batchelor,
Yes.
and Doug Aguilera.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this point, let's take a quick break, 15-minute break. So that'll put us back in here at 3:50. Not coming back. Okay, let's reconvene. Thank you. We're moving on now to item number 2D4, discussion and again, possible action regarding the minimum requirements for certified public accountant licensure. So once again, Michelle Center.
Thank you. So before I begin, I just want to do a little preface here. So I'm going to primarily, and the item before you primarily talks about the education requirement and additional pathways for education. And it does not really focus a large part on the experience requirement. That doesn't mean that we can't change that going forward. I'm very excited when I reach out to individuals on MPAG and say, is this what you're talking about? And I get yes, and I get excited to hear about the competencies that they might be looking at and how that might fit into licensure in the future. So when we think about this, I just want to remind you all that just because we're primarily talking about education today, it doesn't mean that if conversations start coming together a little bit right now, we don't really have like the end result of those conversations. They're still ongoing. But once that happens, we hopefully that will be done in time so that we can consider that as we move forward in our legislative proposal, considering you actually want to do that as we move forward. So that's my little preface. So the purpose of this item is similar to what we did in the last item, and that is to direct staff in drafting proposed legislative language to address the licensure requirement changes for consideration at the board's September meeting. We are not going to accept any vacation requests in August. That's just a note to my staff that are behind me. So the agenda item requests action from the board regarding possible changes for the CPA licensure requirements, which are detailed beginning on page 6. So let's just start by a reminder of what our current educational requirements are. You need 150 semester units, a bachelor's degree or higher, 24 accounting units, 25 business related units, 30 accounting study units, and 10 ethics units. So that's our current. And I think I included the really snazzy new educational requirements PDF that's in there, that infographic. Again, David needs to get all the kudos for that, but that was updated recently. So our current unit requirements were established to align with the 150 unit requirement back in 2014. That's kind of why you see that odd little 30 accounting study units there when you already see things that would fit maybe within accounting or business in that category. So California transitioned to requiring 150 units to keep its place on NASBA's substantial equivalent list of states. So that was the reason for that. And we've talked about that in prior meetings. The launch of the SURE CPA project in 2023 allowed us to review our educational requirements for clarity. And in March 2024, the board expanded the SURE CPA project to consider changes to the educational requirements. Given the change from simply clarifying requirements to one of changing requirements, it is important to consider what the board's obligation is when establishing licensure requirements. Staff looked to the Business and Professions Code, as well as the standards for educational and psychological testing, and that review is outlined in the agenda item beginning on page 3. But a summary of that review is boards shall establish the minimum qualifications and levels of competency for safe and effective practice. The requirements should not be set so high they restrict qualified individuals from obtaining licensure. This is often referred to as an artificial barrier. On the other hand, the requirements should not be so low that they do not serve to protect the public. It is also important to note that the licensing requirement should not be adjusted to specifically address the number of individuals licensed, because that is not directly related to minimum levels of competencies for safe and effective practice. However, concerns with the CPA pipeline may initiate a review of minimum competencies required for licensure to ensure they are set at what is minimally needed for a newly licensed individual. In other words, concerns with the CPA pipeline are a legitimate reason to review licensure requirements to ensure they are free from artificial barriers to entry. Next, staff gathered feedback from subject matter experts using a survey in town halls. You've heard all that information already from Deanne, and it's in item 2D2. So for example, approximately 89% of survey respondents that included partners, hiring managers, faculty, and CPAs licensed at least 3 years, agreed that a bachelor's degree in accounting should fully meet the educational requirements for licensure. Also described in the previous item was a town hall with firms where they expressed general agreement that a bachelor's degree in accounting and 2 years of experience is sufficient for entry-level practice. Now let's go over to 3 options we have provided to assist you with the action before you. And just as I mentioned in the previous item, it is important to remember that the action before you is in regards to how to draft proposed legislative language for the September board meeting. Getting a decision today allows staff to focus their attention on writing language, but does not prohibit the board from taking future actions that might make adjustments to the language or take it in another direction in response to additional information. So for example, if we hear more about the experience requirement that's being discussed, that might be something that we can add at a later point in our process. So option 1, we call that option licensure framework with expressway. I like the word expressway, so you might have seen it several times in that. It is depicted in attachment 6 and it is described in attachment 7, and it is the staff recommended option. So this option's basically the same option that was presented at the last board meeting with a minor change to recognize a degree in business with a minor in accounting as an accounting degree. That was something that we heard in our feedback sessions. The major difference between option 1 and our current educational requirements include the elimination of total unit requirements, in other words, no reference to 150 or 120, allowing applicants to meet educational requirements with a bachelor's degree without regard to total units, adding an expressway whereby applicants who qualify will have their official transcripts or foreign education evaluations reviewed only for the conferral of an accounting degree. It reduces and narrows the course requirements for those applicants who do not qualify for the expressway. This pathway is particularly important to those applicants who are making decisions to pursue a license after already completing a non-accounting degree. Please note that if the board were to select this option, staff would conduct additional research to possibly refine the accounting degree definition and the list of course requirements. If of interest to the board, staff could also investigate options that would provide the board with authority to remove a program from expressway recognition in specific circumstances. Staff believes the information gathered from CPAs supports this option as representing an appropriate entry-level requirement that provides for the protection of the public without artificial barriers. Option 2 is called the licensure framework with limited expressway, and it is described on page 8 of the item. While not the staff recommended option, staff also supports this option. The only difference between option 1 and option 2 relates to how a degree is recognized for the expressway. In option 1, the determination is based on the degree title. In option 2, it is determined by a CBA review of a college's course requirements for a specific degree. It is important to note that the review by CBA will not be a review of the quality of the program, but instead a review to determine if the degree requirements meet a certain set criteria. This option is more resource intensive to the CBA. Therefore, this option proposes to limit the potential colleges that could qualify to those in California. Please note that if the board were to select this option, staff would conduct additional research to possibly refine the accounting degree definition, the list of course requirements, and a set of criteria for expressway recognition, and any additional ways that we might find to reduce the resource needs of this option. Staff believes the information gathered from CPAs supports this option as representing an appropriate entry-level requirement that provides for the protection of the public without artificial barriers. Option 3 is minimal educational requirement changes. This option would make changes to the educational requirements while maintaining the 150 unit requirement, including refreshing outdated course titles and terminology, eliminating the accounting study area by redistributing the units across the business related and accounting subject areas, In considering this option, the board may want to reflect on how the data generally suggests our current educational requirements could be set at a bachelor's degree. Actions being taken in other states to set educational requirements consistent with 120 units or a bachelor's degree. And also consider the NPAG competency-based licensure proposal that includes a recommendation to repeal total unit requirements with a degree requirement. In closing, staff recommend the board make a motion to approve the drafting of bill language consistent with option 1, licensure framework with Expressway for consideration at the September board meeting. That concludes my presentation. I'll turn it back over to President Rosenbaum.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we'll start with some questions from board members. Ms. Batchelor.
The question I have is for option 1. I do like that particular framework. However, in here it says a bachelor's degree with 2 years of experience. What if a student opted to get a master's degree? Could it fall in 1 year experience? Or is the master, you know what I'm saying? If they an option to do that.
So if their master's degree was in the areas that are listed in the attachment, which for some reason I cannot find, which number is it? 7, 6 and 7, I believe, right? If it's in attachment 6 and 7, then you would fall within the requirement for 1 year.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Salazar.
Looking in this may be premature, maybe we're not there yet, on the attachment 7, which is the framework summary for courses. Can you help me understand where courses in data analytics would live in this sort of structure? I see that popping up a lot, and that was just something I wasn't sure if is that information systems or tech?
Sometimes those are specific to accounting, in which case they would have an accounting code. Otherwise, they're most likely within the system, the information systems or technology, or potentially sometimes even in the mathematics area. We can be more explicit on this list to ensure it's included, particularly given that is language that is in the UAA.
So maybe my comment is that when I read that, I'm used to the old framework and I read it and I'm thinking those words have to be in the title, and that is not the case. So maybe I might have just missed that. So apologies. So this is the program it's offered under, correct?
Correct. We are trying to be more broad instead of having words that are explicit in the language, because we know we get ourselves in problem when colleges decide to use new terminology.
And one other point, and I think Ms. Center touched on it as she was going through those, the accounting related subjects, the business related subjects, we've put them in here as a model, a base point, a start. We haven't delved into those in their entirety to understand if that's what are the exact ones we would do. I think, if, correct me if I'm wrong, that we kind of looked to the UAA to grab some of this information to begin with, but this is malleable. I think this is part of the discussion. We haven't invested a ton of time here simply because we don't know the board's appetite for making some of those changes at this point. But if the board says go down this path, then we will invest that time.
Ms. Thompson.
I may have missed this in the analysis, but whose responsibility is it to determine which courses fit which bucket? Is it the applicant, the schools, or staff?
Are you specifically referring to the courses? So those would be for individuals that are not gaining an accounting degree. So for
Mhm.
example, their degrees in psychology, so they have to go the route of the courses that we would do the review, which
Okay.
is which is what happens now and causes confusion, which is really why the Sure CPA project was started to begin with. Is sometimes there's lack of clarity on what courses go into what bucket. We have considered additional ways of doing that clarity in this particular area, and we're excited to have those conversations with faculty if this is a model that we want to go with.
I had a question under option 2 and what would the proposal be in the situation of a school outside of California that granted an accounting degree, because you would not have the opportunity to evaluate all schools.
Right. If they would come outside of California and we would review, they would not get the expressway option. So they would have their full transcript reviewed, which puts them at a disadvantage, I would say, because they're not going to be completely clear on the number of years that they will need, because they won't be able to take advantage of that expressway.
So how would they be evaluated?
We would evaluate, I mean, they could
Would it be
be
like,
declared an accounting degree. So for example, if we review it, we don't need to put them into the 150 course. That's up to conversations here. So for example, if we establish criteria, we might establish criteria that's the same as what you see on the course list, or we might establish criteria that is even less than what you see in the course list. I don't know. If it is less than what you see in a course list and an individual has that, we can make those determinations as we build the language. Right now, I think we were thinking that if we went with this lower course requirement that is consistent with the UAA, slightly different because of, there's notes in the footnote, ever so slightly different, that probably would most likely be the criteria that we would use for determination of whether or not you had an accounting degree for the expressway.
okay, thank you. Further questions, Ms. Salazar?
Thank you. I would love to have some more clarification on the page 5 of 10, 2 paragraphs from the bottom. There's a comment that staff researched the coursework required for baccalaureate degrees from the top 10 colleges and made some determinations about those that didn't meet the current educational requirements exclusive of the 150 unit requirement. And so can you provide some more information about how those most common universities that are graduating students, where those deficiencies lie? I'm going to tell you why I'm asking, because I would be I have a concern with option 1, which is just an automatic expressway, when today 10 out of 10 don't currently meet the criteria. So I think there may be more of a story to this that I'm not understanding, or maybe I'm misreading this.
And were the 10 within California or
Yes, I think that's how I read it.
all
So
10 were in California?
It says four of 10 meet, there's that 4 and 10 again. 4 and 10 meet the current educational requirements exclusive of the 150 unit requirements. So to me, that means they get all the courses, but they didn't graduate with the 150 total, which I can understand. But that means is they didn't all. They ticked all the boxes.
They were reviewed against the current requirements that we have right now. And so I know that one of the areas that was more common for them to miss was 10 units of ethics.
If I may continue, when I continue to read it, at the last sentence says, when evaluated against the proposed accounting concentration definition, all but 2 programs would meet the definition. So to me, that's 20% today wouldn't meet what's being proposed. But yet, those are our biggest institutions, and there's a 20% failure rate. So I guess, again, I'm wondering what I'm missing, because now we're making it automatic. So if 2 of 10 of the biggest aren't doing it, I worry about some of the others that we didn't look at.
So I don't believe that our current requirements are set up for 150. We did that review. And then, of course, we looked at, what we're proposing, right? There is a conversation that I think is worth having about how you evaluate these programs, whether or not it's strictly you have these certain units, which isn't really meant for the expressway. It was really meant for a review of the ones that need to go through a course review, or whether or not we do it on a more holistic type of evaluation. So for example, they might require more units in accounting, but less in business. Are we concerned about that? They might require more in ethics and less in something else. So I think whether or not we would want to open it up to a more holistic type of evaluation, there could be courses that are not in the areas that we listed, for example, that they require certain maybe courses in economics, for example, it's really hard to comment on specifically, but you are correct. There are, in terms of volume, there are high volume colleges, 2 of them that do not meet what is currently in there.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Thompson.
Have we defined what the expressway would be, like what the requirements are, what schools they would include, or is that still a workable draft?
So there is a proposed definition of the expressway in the first option, right? And that one purely is looking at the degree title to say, does it include accounting, or is it business with a minor in accounting? So that already has a draft definition. Again, staff didn't want to put too much work into any of these options. We wanted to put just enough work before we kind of narrow down and have further conversations. So that is that one. In terms of the one with a limited expressway, we do not yet have a proposal or a recommendation for how we would go about that. I think our prominent, what is prominent in that one is limiting it to only California. And that was what I think was helpful. So we would use the same definition, but I mean,
Yeah, so if that one were, if we were to agree to move forward and we could flesh this out, and theoretically, if 2 of these top 10 don't meet sort of the course requirements that we would expect, we could exclude them from the expressway?
that is a proposal, which would require us to review all of the requirements for colleges, whether we do that based on a request from them or not. It also would require monitoring of any changes they make to their requirements. And I would assume, hopefully, a notification requirement to us when they do make those changes. I think that is not really, is not the most feasible option. I also do want to point out that one of, just like we talked about in the last item, trusting other states, this is really about those principles that we talked about. This is trusting our universities to develop the appropriate programs, right? And this is trust. And how much safeguards you want to put around that trust is, I think, also worth a conversation. but ultimate trust is allowing them to develop their own programs and going forth. Adding safeguards to that is what is in some of these other options, which would be things like adding minimum requirements. That would be a safeguard. So I think there's like almost you can see on it like a scale, if you will, in terms of requirements and trust in that particular decision.
Mr. Aguilar, your
Thanks for your hard work again on this item. It's a pretty heavy lift, both of them. I am wondering, just for my education, can I get a bachelor's degree with less than 120 semester units?
Currently, there is I don't know, national movement is almost too strong a word because there aren't that many yet, but there is a movement that's going on that would allow a bachelor's degree for 90 units. We do have, we know of colleges that have approved those. I personally don't know of any that have been approved in accountancy yet, but there could be. Brigham Young is one of the universities that has approved some that are 90 units. The important thing to remember about those, in terms of what we are hearing about those models, is they are not reducing the technical unit requirements. They're reducing the units that they refer to as creating a well-rounded education is the term they use. So some of those general education requirements is where they're taking units off. That's what we heard. That's another reason why the NPAC did make a recommendation to move towards a degree instead of units, was these changes that are occurring in terms of unit requirements at our colleges.
That's good. I like moving away from the 150, the 120, because there's a lot of controversy. So now and also it's a number, which makes it measurable, but it doesn't give you anything qualitative. Whereas a bachelor's degree from an accredited college is, has quality to it. And it again also allows the experts to do what they do best, and we can accept their work. So thank you for your hard work. I support the first option.
Stone?
So earlier today, we heard about how you can now take an exam in the Philippines, and prior to that, they were offering exams in India. So what does that mean in terms of examining coursework from those universities in those countries?
So we approve foreign evaluation service providers. We have a process for that. We also require them to renew every so often. They have experts that are familiar with the requirements and how to review those transcripts from foreign institutions. And they do that, and they provide those evaluations to us. And we look at those evaluations and determine whether or not they meet our specific education requirements and where they might be deficient.
Are we, so there's a pre-approved vendor list? Who
There
we're
is a
looking
pre-approved vendor
through?
list for the foreign evaluation service provider, and they're going to review and say, for example, they've received a degree equivalent to a business degree or an accounting degree, and then they're going to go on and list the course equivalents that they have taken. So it is down to that specific information that allows our staff to review whether or not they meet our current requirements of 150 in the different category areas that we have for that.
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. I just need a little bit of clarity on if we proceed with option 1, how does that impact our ability to participate in the national conversation regarding the experiential learning? I'm not clear on the distinction.
It is not, those are not mutually exclusive. We can continue our conversation and make a motion on option 1 and continue to learn from those conversations that are happening about the experiential learning or competency-based assessments, if you will. I did provide, for example, an example in your item that took from the AICPA minimum competencies, and I'll say this wrong, for professional practice. Dan is not giving me a yes, so I probably have that title wrong, but I did come up with an example and put it in the item that is related to that. A minimum competency model is really, if you do a full model based on that, it's really about listing those competencies that someone needs and being less concerned about how they get there, right? And allowing them flexibility in how they make a determination about how they get there. So for example, that could be years. Someone could make a decision that a certain certificate would meet a certain requirement, a certain competency, proof of meeting that competency. So a full competency-based model would look at that. In my last conversation with NPAG, they're really focusing their conversation right now on experience. And so if that is what continues, then we are in a good place for listening to those conversations and adding it in if appropriate. I think right now, staff is not ready to do that because we have not heard yet what those competencies are. And if those competencies that are required are consistent across the entire population, regardless of what degree type you have, are we having consistent expectations for licensure across our entire population? So those are outstanding questions, again, with the competencies. So I'm excited to learn more and to see where it goes. And again, there's nothing that would prohibit us from adding that as long as as we get the information, we can bring it back. Maybe not for September, but who knows?
So I want to go back and ask a clarifying question from 2 questions ago when Member Dong asked about the international, what we do today. I heard the answer is what we do today. Could you clarify if international students would be on the expressway in option 1 as well?
Option 1 as written would include those. Again, you can put in a safeguard and say that they would not be included. That's perfectly fine. But right now it is like what Dominic said, like start with a really big box and then, narrow it down to something we're all comfortable with. That is what box 1 is. And so I think that's something that is worth having a conversation if we would like to narrow the box in that area.
So one other piece, and that we're really heavy on the education here, and appropriately so, because ultimately that's kind of the crux of what this particular proposal is, and it's not really talking about experience. It's adding an extra year of experience. But again, that can be malleable based on the conversations that are happening nationally. But as members look at option 1 versus option 2, and staff made the recommendation for option 1 because it's consistent with the information we'd been hearing during Sure CPA, discussions at town halls, things with the board. So we're option 1 and option 2 are not significantly different to staff other than the staff resources potentially that come with option 2, and that needs to be considered. So option 1 with guardrails that are different than option 2 is still there. But as you look at those and you're looking, as Ms. Center was talking about the holistic nature of the program, maybe it's 21 units instead of 24, and that's why they didn't qualify in that particular example. When it's all said and done, the individual still has to pass the exam. So the education that they're receiving is such that if they had 6 units and if they're not going to pass the exam on 6 units, there's still that fundamental backstop. And I think a lot of what we have put a lot of emphasis on and thought about from a national standpoint, and what's the most level setting thing that we have both for mobility and for these licensure requirements is the exam. Because we talk about uniformity, and as Mr. Dustin had pointed out, we're a fairly uniform profession, but there are a lot of differences from state to state. But the one thing that is the constant, there's 2 things that are really constant: the exam and continuing professional education in that 80 hours. So I mean, there's a level set on both of those things that is everywhere. So I think as staff looked at this particular option, are there some risks? Yes, and we can narrow those risks if we're concerned about foreign credential or foreign education. Maybe that doesn't ever fall into the expressway, and that's a guardrail that can narrow itself down. But always remember there's the exam on the backside. It can't be the only thing, but it is a significant backstop for this profession.
So I guess I would probably support option one as well, although I will say that the 2 out of 10 that did not pass in the state of California creates a little concern. I do understand that we want to get something written in anticipation of legislation, and of course that can change over time. My bigger concern is, if we did opt the hybrid model, we are already excluding all of the kids who go out of state to all the various state colleges or state universities that offer extremely high level accounting degrees. And that just seems like that would not be the appropriate response. It would seem to me we want to get those into the net and not exclude them based upon some of the things that we've found in this 2 out of 10, which again, maybe we need more details on, but but beyond that, let me at this point then ask if we could get a motion to accept staff recommendation to draft bill language consistent with option one, understanding that safeguards could be put in place and that the language could change pending all of the activities are going on the national level. Do I have a
So moved.
Mr. Aguilera, motion second?
Second.
Any further discussion from the board? Ms. Salazar?
I just need to kind of noodle through this. I'm quite conflicted, I will admit, and I tried to make a little plus and minus, like here are the pros and here are the cons. And I do want to, I have many concerns, and I'm just trying to track this through and make sure that we are continuing to engage in all the right places in that national conversation. I know we've done yeoman's work with town halls and everything else, but I just want to say, because I wear multiple hats and I hear a lot of conversations that happen nationally, I know there's a lot of change happening, but I do want to make sure that as we move towards a vote, that there is a messaging that I heard from Dominic that this allows the staff to put things together. It's not mutually exclusive. It can be continued, because I am a little worried about the perception that California is going to move, without, I mean, we did get a lot of feedback from folks, but without, caucusing more. There's always that criticism. We could have surveyed more. We could have held a survey open longer. We could have talked to more people. So I just want to make sure that that conversation continues, because it is very much a process. And we say that every once in a while, but often the headlines read, California went off the rails, right? And people, sort of make their own stories about what they think has happened here and our processes, because they're not familiar with them. So that was just a comment. I do have some pros and cons, and I think there's some pros here, right? Simplification for candidates, right? Again, that is true. It puts us ahead of the curve in terms of future competency based. And I'm just going to be really long winded here and maybe put more things in that I should. One of the surveys I shared with you talked about the perception of lowering the bar. So I do have a concern about the perception, right or wrong, that moving away from 150 is lowering the bar. And so, I think it's really important as we move forward that we message and make sure that we are recognizing that our profession is more complicated. There are more regulations. We are not trying to say these things are not important, that that we have a continued need for soft skills and ethics and research and judgment and analysis. And this isn't to the exclusion of those goals. We're just trying to be more inclusive with the way in which our state approaches the individual pathways that different students might take to get that skill. I am concerned about the unknown impact to California CPA's ability to practice in other states. We talk about it as disruption. I know it's been addressed in the materials, but we don't know. And I do have concerns about throwing our CPAs back into, the wilds with having to figure out everything, because the mobility is a shield under the UAA, which is where it's operated, and we're talking about moving it out. So that is a concern to me. I do want to acknowledge that the Professional Licensure Task Force is coming out with alternative models. I mean, I keep hoping it's going to be some magic bullet and we can adapt and incorporate, if nothing else, be inclusive of it and welcoming. But again, that is still happening. There's a lot happening that we still need to continue to evaluate. I will say, in all of the things I'm hearing, the focus on state shifting to less education actually isn't a universal consensus. There are states that are looking at increasing it. So, I mean, I just want to mention that because we really have folks going all other places. And as Dan Dustin mentioned, the current model is the minimum, so states can go higher. We're talking about, for some folks' perception, going lower. Again, back to that concern. I am concerned about profit motivated educational institutions, sort of marketing degrees that might not match the needs of our students and our employers or us as regulators. And so I think we need to be cautious about that reality, because I do think it is a potential criticism that other stakeholders may have. And then, again, our own survey provided some data points that said people really like the 150. So I think the comment and the open-mindedness as we move forward is really important, because I'm concerned about being responsive to those that really feel the 150 is critical. And lastly, I mentioned sort of substantial equivalency with our UAA model. That has been the area where we've up until now sort of been agreeing for the past decade to work through these issues. We're sort of taking a position separate from the UAA right now. And so I just have a concern that not being part of that shield, it may be the right choice for us as a regulatory body and our consumers. But I do worry that there is going to be an unintended consequence of undermining that shield that protects so many other states. And so there's nothing we can do about it, but I just think we should be aware that the legislative environment outside of California is very different. And a lot of states, I think it could be used by anti-regulatory actors that are trying to deregulate. And again, I'm maybe not in our state, but I just think that we need to be aware of sort of the national dialogue that can occur and be prepared if we do end up moving forward, and be sensitive to that, because we do want to, again, continue to work with all of our neighboring states. So I've given you a lot of things that keep me up at night. And so those are just comments, and no responses are really needed, but I appreciate your listening to me. Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much for listing your concerns. And I know that you have a very good vantage point in that you do have a number of different hats. But I guess from my standpoint, I'm thinking we're not dumbing it down. In fact, again, depending on how things move, even the presentation we heard from NASBA is that they're considering a 120, and 2 years experience, which is kind of what this might end up being. And so I think it is appropriate to at least get something on paper, to get something in the works. Things can change. We aren't drafting the bill. We're drafting language that then has to be submitted. So I do hope that when staff, if this would pass, that staff would keep that in mind and be ready to take action and incorporate changes along the way. And I think there is cooperation and coordination amongst the various stakeholders that affect California and California CPA. So I'm at least hopeful and believe that it will occur. So any further discussion here? If not, I'm going to open it up for public comment in Sacramento.
So Denise Fleming, Cal CPA. We do agree also that it is appropriate to move forward with this framework. And we know that the framework is open right now. And so that there's opportunity to work with other stakeholders, with NASBA, with AICPA, with the states to look at those elements and inform how we move forward. I will say too, on the experience side, as Ms. Center and Mr. Dustin, as they commented too, there's a lot of conversation happening at the national level. So there's a lot of opportunity to work together. Ms. Salzar, to your comments, appreciate those, to just really listen and inform what that looks like going forward. So appreciate all the comments. I will say also, we know how important the time and cost of education is in that piece. There are 5 other elements, themes that are noted within the National Advisory Pipeline report. And that report looks at, a compelling story, the employee experience, looks at the exam, supporting exam takers, looks at the academic experience. So there's so many other elements that we're working on, and we'll send you all our Institute Impact Report. But there's a lot that encompasses all this, right? And so we're all working on that, but this time and cost of education is important. So thank you.
Jason Fox, Cal CPA. I would just add, if you look at the National Pipeline Advisory Group, their pretty extensive report, which was intended to kind of look at all the root causes, very comprehensive stakeholders, and they identify a lot of different themes, as Denise noted, a lot of them kind of outside the scope of maybe this board and the regulators. But the time and cost of education is one where I think the board has the ability to engage in the conversation and put forward some solutions, potential solutions. And to Ms. Salardo's point, I wouldn't characterize it necessarily as a lowering of the bar, but more of a considering alternative flexible paths towards licensure and entry into the profession, and really a reflection of the current realities we face as a profession and the demographic shifts. And so it's kind of being the modernization of what that licensure framework looks like, and make sure it's relevant to the current future generation and those that are going to be serving consumers. And so I think the board the staff approach makes a lot of sense. From our standpoint, we support or recommended the board's option 1. I could see the conversation of how that could evolve and kind of building that out. Going back to the initial conversation, when you think of who's in the expressway and who's not in the expressway, I think you have to keep in mind, just because there's whoever falls on the other side of not being in the expressway, that doesn't mean you're precluded from getting a license. It kind of just defaults back to essentially the status quo. So it adds a little bit more of an extra step. And so there is still a path for a lot of those folks. And I think the way the board staff is trying to approach it is how do we create a more flexible alternative pathway, but how do we also incorporate more efficiencies and certainty for candidates that are exploring their career path, but also from the staff standpoint, how do we get them through the system as quickly as possible? And so I think there's a lot of work to think about how we do that from a standpoint of the board staff want to undertake what that looks like. But I think it's good progress, and as Denise noted, this keeps California in the conversation and ahead of the curve, prepared to be ready to act and have a forward, progressive, modern licensure framework that can incorporate and consider how the national conversation is going.
So again, Ruben Davila, from USC and associated with the California Cal Society of CPAs. So it's interesting to hear this conversation because it's, as the famous philosopher Yogi Berra once said, it's deja vu all over again. We're talking about the same things I was talking about a while ago when I was on the board. So one of the things is what's fascinating is I chaired the committee that developed the educational requirements. It got written up by somebody and they changed the ethical requirements from 3 units to 10 units without any consideration of how universities work. University classes are 3-unit classes, so they essentially locked us into 4 classes, which created the 2 organizations that couldn't meet because it doesn't make sense the way a university schedules classes, and it limits what you can go ahead and take. So just thought I'd throw that in there. But one of the primary issues that people brought up over and over again, that the movement towards 150 would create a barrier to entry. That was dominant. That was one of the reasons the experience requirement got reduced from 2 to 1. And if you look at it, there's a delay in starting my career for another year. The extra costs associated with the education, and there's a confusion and lack of clarity also at the same time. If you look at what was proposed earlier, we had from NASBA, you've got 4 pathways, and put that in front of your 18-year-old self and see how that resonates to becoming a CPA. Put down, I can get a bachelor's degree and 2 years worth of experience, a master's degree, 1 year of experience. There's some clarity surrounding that. There's opportunity costs in waiting. There's also bureaucratic costs in that the students that come through our institutions all have different educational backgrounds. Some have AP courses and some do not. And the thing that concerns me the most is the students of color or that come from economically disadvantaged backgrounds. Their schools don't have AP courses. They have a difficult time trying to understand and how to navigate getting into college, much less a professional organization. How do I know that? Again, I work with community colleges. I have DEI programs that I bring people on campus. I teach a class that only has college transfers. 95% of them are community college. It is difficult for them to wrap their heads around all these things I have to do. And a lot of them just say, why do I got to do it? It doesn't make sense to me. So consider that. I think what you're doing is you're trying to defend a mobility structure that was created a long time ago. And again, it needs to be updated. It needs to be modernized with reality as, that something that goes ahead and makes sense. So instead of saying we need to protect this thing at the expense of bringing people into our profession, I think, again, what you need to do reflect on what's best for the state of California. The rest of the nation will work together. I think, Dan just got promoted to CEO. I think he needs something to do. And this would be a tough thing. And I'm not minimizing it because it was difficult to get everybody on board. But it's time to revisit this. And the other thing is the 30 extra units, ask yourself what you have to take. They're not of real value. They don't really matter from a professional standpoint. You can take classes that don't have anything to do with accounting at all. So why are we protecting that extra 30 units? It doesn't make sense to me when you look at the value we're getting out of it from professionals. Again, if you look at that was passed 10 years ago, it started in 2014. You're talking about 11 years worth of CPAs that are now California CPAs. If you look beyond that, assuming people retire around 65, you've got 30 years. There's a whole bunch of people that have a bachelor's degree with 2 years worth of experience that are doing damn fine. So as far as lowering the bar, the people that I know that are partners in CPA firms, that are accomplished professionals, they have that lowered bar, whatever you want to call it, and they're pretty successful and they're competent in what they do, and they're partners in some of the leading firms in the world. So I appreciate the really thoughtful, I'm just impressed with what your staff has put together in front of you with facts. And, think about it big context and what you're fighting for, or actually what we're fighting for. And I'm fighting for the kids in Cerritos College, the kids that go to, Pasadena City College, which are all community colleges, and that come to my class and are interested in accounting. And I want them to go ahead and view that as a viable option that their families can afford. I got students in my class that when I find out, I help them, but sometimes they're living in their cars because they can't afford college. They want $200 to be able to attend this event that's really important from a professional standpoint. Talk about adding 30 units, which is the entire semester. That's a hell of a burden. It's a barrier to entry. So thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Moderator, can you open up the lines to see if we have any public comment for those attendees attending via WebEx?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it looks like I do have a couple requests. I'm going to go in the order received. First, I have Joe. Joe, you'll be given 5 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Me speak today. My name is Joe Collette. I'm a CPA and sole proprietor in Mountain View. I like the proposed option 1 expressway for accounting majors. However, myself, many students and many talented students aren't actually accounting majors. And I feel like maybe this discussion today left them out a little bit and was maybe this proposed option is a little harder on them than it should be. For those students, non-accounting majors, I think it's likely that the 57 semester units, all added together that are specific requirements is going to be the bigger barrier. And I have trouble seeing that many specific unit requirements adding value at that point. There's diminishing returns on all of these things. It includes 9 semester length accounting classes, which is a lot. I remember I was trying to do this back in the day, and I just felt like my classes were getting more and more redundant. And then on the business unit requirement side, again, it's 9 semester length classes. I'm not sure that I think that's maybe overly prescribed. I think maybe you should provide a little more flexibility there, maybe with a lower unit requirement. I don't understand really why English would be included, but history wouldn't. I just the specific unit requirements don't make a lot of sense to me overall. I don't know if it's just historical momentum with the 27 number or what it is. But that's my main concern. And sort of on another subject, I would like to see the requirements to sit for the exam discussed. I didn't have enough units to sit for the exam, even though I had the 150 semester units. Again, I was a non-accounting major, and I really didn't understand why I wasn't allowed to sit for the exam because I had, probably 6 semester length accounting classes or something in that ballpark. And the exam itself, if you're not qualified for the exam, you're not going to pass. So I just didn't understand why I wasn't allowed to sit for the exam and, show the competency that I did have.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, this is the moderator. Next we have Marta Zanaweski, and you'll be given 5 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
And Marcia Zanevsky with the AICPA. Thank you for the time today, for the ability to listen in on this very important conversation. I did want to know and to make a thank you and an appreciation comment to the California Board and to the Cal Society. From our perspective at the AICPA, the board and the society has been very transparent and very collaborative on keeping the AICPA up to speed on the various conversations and decisions that you all have been considering today. So I do want to make a comment that even though there is concern probably in the room that, whatever headlines come out of California or whatever decision is being made today, please know that from the AICPA's perspective, we are working with Cal CPA day in and day out on what may be best for the profession and keeping the national conversation in line. So I just want to appease any concerns around California not moving with AICPA in this direction, because if anything, the society and the board has been more than transparent with the AICPA, and we are very thankful for that. And we will continue to work side by side with all of you in that room and with Cal CPA to be a collaborative partner along with you on this discussion. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those kind comments and also the commitment to continue to collaborate. Moderator, do we have any other public comment?
This is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests for public comment. Would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. Okay, at this point, Rebecca, could you call for the vote? That we,
Doug Aguilera,
yes.
Patricia Batchelor,
Yes.
Nancy Dong,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines, Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Christian Lauda,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
and Teresa Thompson.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, great. Let's now continue. We've got the reports from our committees that took place today. First, I'll call on, this is for those following, agenda item 10A, the Committee on Professional Conduct. Chair Christian Latta.
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. Okay, so we'll first start with CPC item number 3, which is our CBA item 10A3. This item on the agenda was staff's presentation on the certified public accountancy firms with an alternative practice structure, also known as an APS model. The APS models discussed were firms with an employee stock ownership plan, referred to as ESOP, and firms with private equity ownership and the potential risks. With an ESOP, employees own part or all of the company they work for. To operate under an ESOP, the firm must be licensed as an accountancy corporation with the California Board of Accountancy, following laws and regulations, which include providing the CBA with an updated list of shareholders. Under a private equity ownership model, firms are partly owned and split into 2 organizations. One entity is licensed by the CBA with the majority of CPAs making up the ownership and performs attestation services. The second entity provides non-attestation services and does not have the same restrictions for CPA ownership. Staff shared potential risks for the private equity model, such as consumer protection by prioritizing profits over quality and public trust, compliance with Business and Professions Code Section 5079 related to a private equity materially participating in the operations of the CPA firm, and adhering to independence rules. The CPC recommends that the CBA send a communication as provided in attachment 2 to NASBA requesting further evaluation, including possible changes to the Uniform Accountancy Act. This is a fully formed motion and a second is not needed.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any board discussion? Do we have any public comment from anyone in Sacramento? Moderator, can you open up the lines to see if we have any public comment from those attending via WebEx?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and seeing no requests, would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, please. Okay, with that, Ms. Reed, can you call the vote?
Ian, my apologies. Teresa Thompson,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Christian Lotta,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Nancy Dong,
Yes.
Patricia Batchelor,
Yes.
and Doug Aguilera.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Continue.
Continuing on, this would be our CPC item number 4, which is now CBA item 10A4. With this item, the CPC discussed an update of the process for firm owners licensed with general accounting experience to obtain authority to sign attest reports on attest engagements. Staff presented an updated draft process, which included the following changes. In addition to the third-party monitor eligibility that requires the monitor to have relevant experience in the applicant's specialized industry, in addition to the engagement letter requirements that requires the applicant to track what portion of the engagement they worked on and the amount of time that the applicant spent planning, applying procedures, preparing work papers, and preparing and reporting on financial statements. An edit to the engagement letter that no longer requires the third-party monitor to be part of the engagement team. Instead, the monitor must routinely meet with the applicant to track the applicant's attainment of knowledge and hours worked on attest activities. And lastly, the monitor is also responsible for opining on the quality of the applicant's work and whether it demonstrates satisfactory knowledge of current practice standards. The CPC recommends that the CBA direct staff to move forward exploring possible regulatory changes to implement a process for firm owners licensed with general accounting experience to obtain authority to sign reports on attest engagements. This is a fully formed motion and a second is not needed. That concludes my report. I'll return it back to President Rosenbaum.
Thank you very much for that. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Yes, first, Ms. Hines.
I didn't see anything about compensation for the monitor in the document, or maybe I missed it. But I did notice that one of the requirements was that the monitor could not be an employee of the firm or could not be employed by the applicant or the applicant's firm except as a monitor. And so I wondered if there should be some language. I wondered, A, if it's allowable for the monitor to be compensated for the time that they are spending in supervising the licensee. And then B, should there be some language in the engagement letter that says that compensation does not create an employment relationship, or that the compensation doesn't create a conflict, or just something that identifies that compensation for the monitor's time does not compromise the credibility of that monitor's supervision of the licensee.
Thanks for that question.
Yes, they'll be able to charge. I would say this is probably analogous to how peer review works, where you engage a peer review firm and you're compensating that firm for performing that overview. As for or that peer review, sorry, as for the language, that's something we can look at as we evolve out that regulatory package to see what makes the most sense in it.
Just would recommend that that be part of the consideration, just making some notation that it does not create an employment relationship or it doesn't create a conflict of interest, the compensation.
Along the lines of the engagement letter, I know that was brought up. I'm not part of the committee, but I was listening. And I know that Cameco has a lot of standardized letters for our use for various kinds of engagements, and I don't know if they would be useful to have someone there look at it as well, because they're going to be ensuring all sides to this anyway. Ms. Batchelor.
Yes. One thing that after the presentation about the UAA, they're considering a CPA evaluator. And under that umbrella of an evaluator, because I asked that question earlier today, that would be a controller, CFO, of someone of that sort that does not have anyone employed at the organization that could sign them off or on their experience. So the evaluator, that's a pretty good concept. And it was also said that could fall under the category of a sole proprietor. Most of these firm owners are sole proprietors. Some of them are partners, different things like that. So versus a monitor standpoint, maybe it could be also considered having a CPA evaluator and find out what is the, I say, what's the criteria of an evaluator? Or is that a paid position too, as like the peer reviewer and with this monitor? So that might be a way to go in order to probably relinquish that paid position in a sense, if the evaluator is not also a paid position.
I believe that the monitor will, as I understand it, it'll be a situation where there will be an engagement letter between the firm owner and the monitor, and that the monitor will be compensated for their efforts.
Right, I understand that, but with the evaluator, that could be another choice too, if it passes through the UAA that they talked about, that was discussed today. You see what I'm saying? You know, the
No,
presentation that we had today.
yeah, I don't, does that really?
Yeah,
I don't know if that's.
it's almost the same as a monitor. They call it an evaluator. On this other hand, it's being called a monitor. I'm asking the question, is that pretty much the same? So say for instance, if I was a general, a G license, and I said, well, do I want to employ a monitor to do it? Or I'll go under the UAA's umbrella and get a CPA evaluator. That's my point.
I can't answer that one.
I believe you're referring to most likely the presentation that Dan Dustin provided, where he was talking about those that would be evaluators for those in the PEP program. I think I got the acronym correct? Are we going with PEP? PEP. Okay, PEP. So I think that is what you're referring to right now in California. In our requirements for who's a supervisor, it's anyone that is a CPA can sign our experience forms. And so that is different than having any kind of extra requirements to be an evaluator. That being said, as we mentioned before, we'll continue to listen and collaborate with NASBA as much as we can to find out how they're defining that role and see if that is something that would be useful for us.
I didn't understand. Any other, yes, Ms. Salazar?
I'm just being difficult. We use a lot of acronyms here and we have a lot of folks that aren't licensees in the room. So if we could if you wouldn't mind just going back and offering the clarification for Cameco, we've used it a couple times, and just to be thorough and inclusive.
Sorry about that. Cameco is by far the largest insurer, professional practice insurer for CPAs. So they also offer services to make sure that the CPA professionals stay out of trouble, and so offer things like standardized engagement letters and encourage the use of those. So that's why I'd recommended that maybe we look at something that they would recommend. But thank you for that. Any further board conversation? If not, I'd like to invite anyone in Sacramento for public comment. Seeing none, moderator, can you open the lines to see if we have any comments from those participating via WebEx?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right. It appears there are no requests for public comment. Would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you, Ms. Lotta. Moving on to the vote. That's what I was going to say.
Teresa Thompson,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Christian Lotta,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Nancy Dong,
Yes.
Patricia Batchelor,
Yes.
and Doug Aguilera, and the motion carries.
Okay, thank you on that. Moving on to the next item on our agenda, item 10B, a report from the Legislative Committee. Ms. Chu had to leave, and I believe Ms. Batchelor is going to make that presentation.
Yes, I will. Thank you, President Rosenbaum.
So I have a cab waiting shortly. Will this be the last? Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. As of today's meeting, I'm Patricia Batchelor, Vice Chair of the Legislative Committee. The first item of the Legislative Committee discussed was the status of Assembly Bill 3251, which contains the CBA's sunset extension to January 1st, 2029, and other CBA requested amendments as identified in the analysis. On June 25th, the bill was amended to include the revised peer review language that was discussed at the May CBA meeting. The bill has passed out of the Assembly and the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee. It is now in the Senate Appropriations Committee, where it is scheduled for hearing on August 5th. The CBA has a support position and will be preparing an updated support letter recognizing all the amendments. The legislative committee took no action on this item. Next item, the final item on the legislative committee agenda was the review and consideration of possible positions on legislation of the California Board of Accountancy is monitoring. Staff reported that the 4 bills being monitored in this agenda item, 2 are technically dead and having failed the committee. The legislative committee took no action on this item, and this concludes the report.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, okay, so that will adjourn our meeting. We see if we have any public comment in Sacramento. Moderator, would you please open the lines to see if we have any public comment for those participating via WebEx?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment. Would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so that will conclude what we're doing for today. We'll adjourn until tomorrow at 9 a.m.